Hey, we should be live, or I should be live. I guess it's we, right, Chazzy? Hello, 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 hello. Testing, testing, one, two, three. Everything seems to be working somewhat. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger. As you guys are aware, many of you at least, we've got a tornado watch out there for Hobbs, Lubbock, Levelland, Plainview, Hereford Canyon, and Amarillo, Texas. Also, severe thunderstorm watches out there. Over there near Fort Stockton, Kermit, Pecos, Fort Davis, Carlsbad, Artesia, and Loving. When we already have our first storm firing here, and it's already starting to move a little bit, I think to the southeast, if I remember correctly. Let's see where it goes. Yeah, it's already kind of pushing. It's already starting to become an eastward moving storm, and it's already developing some rotation as well. Let me see who all we have on this storm. So there's Earth, Texas. We got Storm Hunter Media out there live now as well. They are out near Oilton, Texas, a little bit away from this storm right now. I would say Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is the closest to the storm right now. Let me make sure that we are current on their stream. Yeah, they're near Sedan, which is right over here. So this storm is already starting to potentially get some wind going. I would say this rotation appears to be side lobe right now, but eventually this one will try to form some rotation as it latches very similarly to what happened yesterday onto an outflow boundary. So we're going to be watching that storm. Our risk for today, we have an enhanced risk out there for Levelland, Lubbock, Plainview. Remember yesterday, this was a marginal risk, and just like yesterday, this thing has randomly not I wouldn't really say uptrended. It's just the confidence has gotten higher as we got closer to the day. And a lot of our shorter range models came in, and as you can see, confidence is pretty high here for yet another dangerous hail day. We're talking about up to 4-inch hail yet again today, very similar to yesterday. It's basically just going to be a repeat of yesterday, minus the more widespread nature. We really shouldn't be seeing much severe weather up here further to the north. Maybe a little bit of severe weather back over here along this boundary here going into Alabama, into the Gulf area there. But our main risk out here is going to be for hail, very large hail, possible over there near Lubbock, Plainview, Levelland, Clovis, and Portales there in New Mexico. And then a significant hail risk extends all the way into Vernon, Memphis, Hereford, Snyder, Midland, Andrews, Kermit, Hobbs, Pecos, and Fort Stockton. We got a little 5% for some quarter-sized hail around that. Let's see here. Coming over to our tornado outlook. As you can see, we now have a strong tornado risk out here for these storms. That's going to be for Littlefield, Levelland, Lubbock, Slayton, Crosbyton, Floydada, and Plainview. Again, pretty much exactly what yesterday probably should have been, but I'm going to say this is a little bit more accurate. Than yesterday's outlook, as we only had a 5% chance out there, but everybody kind of secretly knew that there was definitely a chance for some strong tornadoes yesterday, and that also exists for today. And I think this is a good highlighted area. And where we could see that activity and storms are already getting started. Around that, we do have a 5% that extends from Hobbs over south of Hereford, also over here near Paducah as well, Toledo, and Brownfield, Post, Texas as well. And we got a 2% extending all the way up into Amarillo, Borger, Memphis, Seymour, Snyder, Odessa, Midland, and also Pecos, Carlsbad, and Artesia over there into Texas. Damaging winds are also going to be a possibility today, but not going to be really our main risk. Little 15% chance there for some 60-mile-per-hour winds and above, with a 5% chance around that. So in the brown. So that's kind of what we're dealing with today. And we got a large area where thunderstorms could be possible. And we just had a little area highlighted over here near Kentucky, where strong to severe storms will be possible. We got a little bit of a remnant boundary, just enough instability, maybe enough lift to cause some severe weather over here near Lexington, Richmond, London, Maysville, and Portsmouth, and Huntington, there in parts of Ohio and Kentucky. We're not really expecting much out there except for a damaging wind risk. And looks like not really much of a hail risk, but I wouldn't rule out some small hail with those storms if they do develop. Now, going into tomorrow, as you can see, we have yet a marginal risk in the same area. Are we going to see the same thing happen? Well, that depends on whether or not we get that outflow boundary kind of stick around in this area. We got pretty stout outflow boundary just waiting, lots of vorticity waiting for these storms today. If that's going to be there tomorrow again, we'll probably have another enhanced risk and yet another strong tornado risk in the same areas. Pretty similar as what we've been seeing over these past couple of days. Day 3 outlook. We are looking at a little bit more of a widespread severe weather threat all the way from Texas up into Nebraska, where we have a slight risk, and down there over into southern South Dakota as well, North Platte, Kearney. Over there in Nebraska, Burrow, Ainsworth, O'Neill, and Valentine. Again, this is going to be the day after tomorrow, and then going into the next day. Again, we're still monitoring trends for this storm up here. There's been a lot of chatter about the direct translation speed. Again, don't even read that stuff. It's just a bunch of bull this far out. But overall, does look like a dangerous day is possible. Over here, day 4, we're going to get more details on this as our probably as we go into tomorrow. A lot of our models are going to start to at least begin process in starting to agree on what's going to be possible. Going into, I think this is going to be Monday. Today is Saturday. No, is today Saturday or Friday? I'm all jumbled in my days. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Today's Friday, so tomorrow's Saturday. Day after that, so yeah, this is going to be Monday. And then we got another severe risk extending all the way from Texas all the way up into New York on Tuesday. So got to watch these days. Definitely could have an elevated chance out here for some large hail, maybe even tornadoes, widespread damaging wind risk as well. Again, models are going to be flip-flopping all around, but they're generally agreeing on enough, upper level winds, lower level winds. Are we going to have more of a linear line or a discrete mode? Not really sure on that. A lot of details still to be figured out about these next couple of days. We're still in the long range to medium range with these storms. So not going to be really focusing on those too much. But I will tell you, there is some agreement on the models that we can have a dangerous day out there, which is why we have an enhanced risk. Also over here, north of Amarillo, we are starting to see a storm fire up here in this region as well. Might have to keep an eye on this. There does appear to be a little bit of an outflow boundary here that this storm could latch onto. So might have a little bit of an elevated tornado chance there. And here's our first look at the storm. This is the one that is forming just to the west of Sudan, Texas. And there it is, already getting started. You can see we got a base off to the left, hail falling pretty much. You can see that little gray kind of haziness there right over the road, further down the road there. That little haziness is the hail that is in this storm. And again, this storm has already, actually, we just got a new update. This storm already has 2-inch sized hail on it. So hen egg sized hail is going to be possible today as well. So yeah. What is that hash risk today? It's very valid hash risk there in the near the Lubbock area in Plainview. Yeah, you can see that there is a storm already developing. And it's already looking, it's already got that kind of shape to it. See right there, it's got that little comma shape right there in where we have our little area of a rotation as well. Is starting to actually develop here right there north of 298. Would not rule out a brief or a tornado already. You can see here is our outflow boundary, and this thing is already latched onto it. So it's already raring to go. So this could be easily our first tornadic storm of the day. So again, if you guys live out here, just make sure, in Sedan, Earth, Littlefield, over there near Floridata. Unfortunately, Rolling Springs and Matador, again, could all be under the gun for a dangerous tornado threat. But today, it should be a little bit further to the west than it was yesterday. Kind of like the only difference. Ugly wind farms? What do you think? They're beautiful. I saw a Twitter post yesterday. Some folks being like, oh my gosh, the wind farms are ruining the landscape out here. It's like, dude, there's something out there that'll ruin that landscape 10 times more than those wind farms ever will. And those wind farms are there for a reason. Nice, good old clean energy. It is now day 10 of asking Evan to make safe spot mugs. So all the world knows what a safe spot is. Day 10, yeah. Man, I look forward to you getting to day 365. You found the wording a couple strong tornadoes today. Surprising? Why? The environment's even more prime today than it was yesterday. It's pretty much the exact same scenario. In my head, I said it yesterday, in my head before we even got started. Yesterday, I was like, yep, tornado's going to happen, probably a strong one. I'm thinking the same thing. So, any one of these storms that can form, latch onto a boundary, get that increased vorticity near some of these outflow boundaries, you're going to get a strong tornado, most likely. The environment supports a strong tornado into unless models uptrended earlier today. You just haven't seen them. No, I mean they're generally the same. I mean, if we come over here to the SPC meso analysis, very similar day. You see these wind barbs moving pretty much directly east to west here. That is our outflow boundary right here in this area. You see our supercell is firing right there. Got about 4,000 joules per kilogram. Any storms that kind of fire along that boundary and latch onto it, there's going to be an increased vorticity. Come over here to our surface vorticity. You can see that we definitely have a lot up here near these storms. Really decent amount of 3 Cape there. And then I don't think our, let me check our storm relative helicity, where these storms are. Yeah, storm relative helicity is a little bit low for now, but it should increase throughout the day if models are correct. But it's pretty much the same environment as yesterday. Oh, sorry. And we'll fix that. Actually, let me fix that now before I forget and do that again. There we go. As you can see, nothing is forecasted because I can't set up my freaking screens correct before I go live. Beautiful video. Jeez Louise. See, the trolling has already begun. Yeah, latest scan out here. Looks like we still have a decent little area of circulation. We don't have our latest velocity yet, but you can definitely tell that this storm is already trying to wrap up here. And as you can see from, I mean, these storms are getting started a lot quicker than they were yesterday.
I was talking to cows. If anybody hears Grandma talk, she's just talking to cows.
I'm either waving to them or saying.
Now you can see off the left of the road there.
I wave a lot because
that is
that's what I saw.
That is the mesocyclone. Not quite a wall cloud on this thing yet. It's a little bit high based, but it's definitely trying to get organized. Oh wow, the storm that Pennsylvania Storm Tractors is on has just been upgraded
This is the only good one that's still
to tennis ball sized hail. So this storm right here is now upgraded to tennis ball sized hail. It's going to be unfortunately falling in Bailey, Borough, and Needmore here in Texas. Now, latest scan, it looks like that rotation is still present here. It's a little bit broader than it was just moments ago, but still, again, this storm just kind of got started. If we press play, you can see it really wasn't much about 30 to 45 minutes ago. And now it's already doing a right turn. That right turn will align it a little bit better to that outflow boundary, and we got to watch out for that tornado threat with it. Anything in Missouri? Some thunderstorms should be possible. I think there are actual storms up there. Like little thunderstorms, yeah. Yeah, there's little thunderstorms over here near Rolla, St. Robert, Lebanon, Marshfield, Springfield, but those shouldn't be much of a severe threat whatsoever. Also got a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings. We got one down over here in Pecos, Texas. This is the definition of the middle of nowhere. A 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on that. And then back over here north and west of Amarillo, got another storm forming up here with some $half sized hail on that one, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading south and east towards Addie and Bowdoin, Texas. What the heck, is this thing already trying? No. Okay, it's trying to develop a wall cloud, though. Look at that.
truck out there going.
Right there?
Yeah, that's that truck moving out way out there. That's one of the Dow trucks. Probably going.
Oh, we got a Dow truck on this storm already.
Oh.
They're out. They're out and about. They know. They know this stuff's going down today.
So we have to go.
Oh, there goes
way.
more.
Yeah, but we have to go that way.
We're gonna follow them because they're going the right way we were going to go. So,
Ooh.
yeah, we're going to get. That's why I want to go south. We're going to start getting into the rain.
It looks like the beginning of a wall cloud. Doesn't quite look like a funnel to me. A little bit too scuddy.
Everybody's making a left.
Everybody's going that way, following the Dow trucks. Go figure.
Oh, that is a legal
That
road.
is a legal road, Graham.
Yeah.
Why would they just driving down through the dirt?
Well, my thing is...
Is it just me, or are we already kind of getting desensitized a little bit to these massive storms?
Gridded roads. You'll go so far and there's gridded roads.
And we've seen so many of them in the past couple of days. Oh, they hit a tumbleweed. Uh-oh.
Maybe. This might be a dirt road, though, so...
Is Grammy? Yeah. The little storm chasing buddies.
No, it's semi-paved.
Oh, it's paved.
That's that storm near Earth, Texas. Sedan, Texas. Looks like this severe thunderstorm warning just got extended off to the east. Looks like we're going to be talking about 2.5-inch hail on this storm. Since Storm Under Media is live as well, Paigey Tornado should be live here in a little bit. So once she goes live, we'll switch over to this view here so we can just have all the storm chasers up at once. But yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning is for tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as that moves pretty close to Sedan. New mesoscale mentions a strong tornado being possible. Yeah. I agree with that. So here's our new mesoscale discussion. Greatest tornado potential for very large hail and strong tornado over there near Morton, Lubbock, Post. You can see that outflow boundary is situated just right next to where these storms are initiating here. So again, they latch onto that. Things are going to get very interesting pretty quickly. Never heard of Earth, Texas. It's a beautiful little place. It's out in the middle of nowhere, but where is it? I swear it's like over here in this. Yeah, it's up here. There's Earth, Texas. It looks small, but when you zoom out, you can really see just how big Earth, Texas is. It's pretty big, as you can see. It looks like they also upgraded this hailstorm up here to $half-sized hail. And thank you, Rusty Games, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Is it flat? Yes, I guess you could say Earth, Texas is flat. As flat as a city can be. It's confirmed. Earth is flat. A new little update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, still looks like weather spotters reported tennis ball sized hail west of Needmore. What is he doing? Is he driving? Can't tell. Everything looks the same on that road. They could either be standing still or driving. Okay, no, they're definitely driving. They are definitely driving. So they're getting in position here. We should get another look at this storm shortly. What's going on out here? Oh, it's the Dow truck. Look at that. That is a truck, a radar on wheels. Paige is on now too. Oh yeah, there she is. They are already on the storm too. It's full screen. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. We can switch over to here now. Storm Under Media is about to be on the storm as well. This is going to be the most popular storm in existence, I think. Every storm chaser and literally their grandma is going to be on this storm. Look, kind of looks like there's a little suspicious area of scud in there. Why is the quality so low on Pagey stream? Let me fix that. There we go. Suspicious looking scud. And a developing supercell. This is what they look like in their beginning stages. And I think this supercell might already be producing some giant hail. Got a feeling we've got a little bit of an update coming. Also in Oldham, Texas, Potter, Texas. Let's go check out that. Oldham County, Texas. That's up here. And it looks like they've downgraded this storm, or they're keeping the storm at $half sized hail. Yeah, you can see on our radar here, we are already starting to see DBZs on this storm near 70 DBZs. Actually, we have a little pixel in there of 70 DBZ. Right in here. This thing's already probably producing that tennis ball sized hail, and maybe a couple of chunks bigger than that. Certainly possible. Any spine in the atmosphere? What does that mean? Hey, Sassy, welcome, welcome. And Pagey's got a pretty good view. Let's bring that full screen. There's the whole storm. It looks like we definitely got another confirmed storm-looking storm. Or storm-shaped storm. Is in progress here near Earth, Texas. When he spin in these storms. A little bit. Not super organized just yet. The spin is not organized. The hail is getting organized, though, pretty quickly. Yeah, stormy looking clouds, for sure. If I had, my best guess would be that this is a storm, but unconfirmed at this moment. Waiting for storm spotters to confirm that this is a storm ongoing right now. Yeah, we got plenty of spin in the atmosphere. Right along that outflow boundary, that's where we're going to be watching. And this storm's already very close to that outflow boundary. It's pretty much already latching onto it. I got to just double check, keep on checking to make sure all of our storm chasers are live, are on the live view of them at least. I continue to check and make sure. Oh, wow. And PA Storm Trackers has got a great view. That guy peeing over there? I don't know why. Let that dude was peeing for a second. I don't think you. Just the way he looked for a second. No funnels or, organized wall clouds just yet. Oh, wow. We got even more DBZs popping up now. 76 DBZs. Wow. Yeah, I would say we have a little bit of an upgrade coming on this storm. This thing might already have 3 to 4 inch hail inside of it, and it's only been alive for a little bit. That is wild. I wonder how high the cloud tops are on this. Oh, yep. There's an update. Let's see what they're saying. Yeah, 3-inch hail. So we already got 3-inch hail on this storm, and it's literally just started. If that's not an omen for the rest of the day, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's already lashed onto that outflow boundary. This thing could probably be closer to producing a tornado already than we currently realize. Was just waiting for me to get on. Probably. Hopefully not. If that's the case, then I'm never going to live stream again. What are cold air funnels? They're funnels that happen with storms, typically like in cold core environments, an environment where like the dew points are like really low, but the temperatures above the surface are much lower, and so that gradient still exists. allowing storms to produce cold core funnels and sometimes are cold air funnels and sometimes cold core tornadoes. And it's crazy how we just started the stream and we already have 3 beautiful views of a storm. Which, by the way, already has 4-inch hail on it. Man, look at that mesocyclone back in there. We already got an RFD cut on this storm. And that little mesocyclone seems to be rotating pretty decently already. You can see some striations in it, making it all the way down to the base of that mesocyclone, which is currently located back over here. You can see that RFD cut right there, little mesocyclone right here. And right under that is probably where our tornado is going to form if it does, which it could be, honestly, could be imminent. Not going to lie. That is the look of an imminent tornado storm. A mesocyclone? Okay, that's rude. I only spin on the weekends. Well, it is the weekend, almost. What are you missing? What do you mean? What are you missing? See if Pagey has a view of that as well. Yeah, Pagey keeps getting behind here for some reason. I don't know why. Make sure we are vigilant and keeping an eye on everybody's tabs here. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, you're wondering what the heck's going on. We got a storm already with 3-inch hail out there, heading towards Sudan, Texas. If you live in Sudan, Texas, you got to be indoors and well away from those windows. Well away from those windows. Again, this is already a PDS destructive severe thunderstorm. And that 3-inch hail, I don't know if you've been watching my streams in the past, but we've seen the damage they can do to cars, and subsequently houses. So if you live in Sudan, I'd be indoors and well away from those windows. It's about to get loud and cranky outside. Oh, like the storms, what's going on? Well, we've got a storm that's in a decent environment for hail and also in a decent environment for tornadoes already. Very close to what appears to be an outflow boundary here. You can see it streaming into the storm. So the storm is trying to latch onto the outflow boundary right now. If it stays north, it's mainly going to be, just a major hailer. But if it latches onto that, we could easily get a strong tornado here pretty quickly. And so that's why we're watching pretty attentively here for the Sudan, Texas area. Uh-oh, that little mesocyclone's about to go behind their radar. Turn the car. Yeah, we already have a potential wall cloud on this storm. It's definitely already seems to be latched onto that boundary as far as I can tell. Energy tornado is a little bit farther away, but you can see that mesocyclone just off into the distance. Behind on Pagey stream yet again. Why is it only Pagey stream? Let me zoom into that area so you guys can see it a little bit better. And right back in there, that's that mesocyclone that PA Storm Trackers was looking at. If I were to guess, that'd be where our first tornado falls.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has been issued. You see where that is? I don't see it.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Oh, they extended it into New Mexico. in Odessa, Texas. See if I can get that graphic up. I don't see the graphic yet. And as far as I can see, nothing really changed too much on my map here. Oh, there's the view of that mesocyclone yet again. Listen in real quick. That hail core is getting pretty close to them. They're going to have to move here shortly. Watch the ground for hail already starting to hit the ground out in front of this thing. You're unorganized and cranky. Sorry to hear that.
Can't tell. Yeah. I'd slow back in there for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right.
And it seems relatively calm where they're sitting right now. You can see those little things right in front of them. The little brush in front of them isn't really moving too much. There's even a tumbleweed on the bottom center of the screen. Local extension? What does that mean? Help. I am unaware of what that means. Something's kind of in the middle of that. I don't know if that's a funnel or what. It was not. It was indeed not a funnel. Yeah, right that back in there. That's where the tornado would form. Theoretically speaking, if it were to do so soon. All right, back over here with this storm. Little update on this guy. That's now been upgraded to golf ball sized hail. Is approaching Addy, Texas. This one down over here near Fort Stockton is also carrying some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and is still tracking relatively kind of stationary right now. And we got another storm near Pecos, Texas, that is also um, moving in a little bit different direction. This one's going pretty much straight up north. Otherwise, it's a really good layout. I agree. Going to lead the stream yesterday and missed the tornado near Matador. Yeah, that was crazy. I didn't realize, though, that apparently we picked the wrong storm chaser. I mean, Matthew Capucci had the closest angle on it and a really good angle. But apparently, after it got rain wrapped, Jordan Hall had a drone up, and it was just and he just had a magnificent view of it. But we got to treat storm chasers like our traffic cameras and make sure we're picking the right ones. Pecos, hey? No, just Pecos, Texas. What's page you looking at? Dang it, I hate that the streams keep getting behind. Like, I'm not doing anything to cause that. It's just OBS itself, or either that or YouTube. Like, I hate having to like constantly check to make sure everybody's live. Because when you switch over to them, you hope that it's, live. YouTube is annoying. All right. Latest update on this storm, still 3-inch hail heading towards Sudan. Sudan needs to continue to be indoors and away from windows as the storm approaches. Still not a whole lot of organized rotation on this storm yet, but If yesterday is an indicator of anything, it doesn't really mean much at the beginning stages of these storms as they latch onto that boundary. It's like, yeah, it looks like they're still keeping that tennis ball sized hail on this storm near Oldham County. These storms can get crazy if everything comes together. Absolutely. Definitely cannot rule out a strong tornado with these guys. Definitely cannot rule it out. It kind of seems like a little mezzo handoff is happening. Maybe. Little feature in front of Page looks kind of interesting. Not really seeing much rotation, but might be getting a little bit of maybe a storm split. Oh, yeah, we are getting a storm split. Okay, that's what's happening. Yeah, we're getting a storm split with this storm. You can see we got a north split here now. And so that's that little mesocyclone that we have been watching. And then our new meso is going to developing with this storm. So this one's going to be pushed off to the north. And this little outflow boundary from this storm might nudge this storm back more south and east, which would give it a better shot, unfortunately, at latching onto that outflow boundary. And yeah, you can see it already kind of getting nudged to the south there. Outflow boundary still kind of located right in this area here. And we got some storms developing also in front of this, so it'll be interesting to see how this interacts with these mergers that are coming in. And it kind of seems like something's nubbing up there. What is that? What are they saying? A little bit of a nub underneath that new meso.
Wow. Look at this right back here.
What are they looking at?
Oh, that is sweet.
Yeah, a little. It seems like a little area of scud. Actually, there seems to be a little bit of rotation
right back up into here
too. Interesting.
Wowza. You guys
Who's
see
the
what I'm
plebs?
talking about? Look at that.
Yeah, it's the crappy thing about cameras. Like, they don't
Holy
catch the motion
cow.
of clouds very well. I noticed that when I did my little live stream. Like, you see the motion and you try to point the camera at it and you're like, look at that, look at that. And then, like, it just looks like it's barely moving on camera. And you can see that little nub on Storm Runner Media's feed as well. They are behind. Why do they keep coming behind? I don't get it. I think that's what's Page is like right under. I think it's a harmless nub. See, like PA Storm Trackers has stayed live, like current. Pagey is now staying current. Storm Runner Media is still struggling for some reason. I don't know what's causing that, but as far as I could tell, it definitely seems like a new little mezzo handoff is happening on this storm, which, again, we're going to have another chance here for this storm to latch onto this boundary. So still got to keep a close eye on this. Latest updates on this guy is still 3-inch hail in the storm near Sudan, Texas. DBZs are a little bit lower, though, so maybe not as big. Nothing to see here. That's funny. Got a lot of nub fans in chat. Details get lost in low bit rates, especially in the low contrast scenes like clouds. Yeah. Yeah. Connectivity is always an issue, really, for anybody that streams. The weird thing about it is that it looks like they're live the entire time. Like, it doesn't like stutter. And like, as long as I'm on this scene, like nothing is stuttering. But it's only when I transition to another scene when it seems like the streams get behind it. I'm not really sure what causes that. Yes, my dog has a nub tail too. Yeah, streaming can either be hard or it can be easy. Really just depends on what your setup is like. I think Storm Owner Media now has the best view of this storm. Are they behind? Oh, nope, they're not behind. Okay, perfect. They can just do that for the rest of the stream. That would be nice. Oh, wow. Now that's a view to behold. My goodness. Look at that mesocyclone. So that is our new mesocyclone becoming pretty much fully organized and appears to be latching onto that outflow boundary. So this might be yet another attempt here of tornado genesis with this storm. Man, and you can see how tilted that updraft is as well. My goodness. That storm looks like it wants to drop a strong NATO already. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Not going to lie. You can really see just how tilted it is. This angle of the storm exists throughout the entire storm, and it's tilting and getting stretched by that vorticity from the outflow boundary. And there's already some pretty decent rotation. Let's listen into their little scanner here, see what everybody's saying.
I'll have to go to back and go west. And it'll put us not only out of the precip, but
wow,
put us on a road that we can go.
What a freaking storm, man.
Give us a little bit of room to turn southeast at all? Or are we confident it's just going to continue to go east?
I mean, if it turns southeast, we have a...
The storm just starts slingshotting forward all of a sudden, so I think we might be in business.
That is just a crazy looking storm.
I was out of the car. Somebody say something.
Actually, visually, we should be fine.
Yeah, the storm's moving now.
Little Wi-Fi, yeah.
You go to back and go
Yeah, the
west.
thing is that there's just like they're in the middle of nowhere, so.
Crossing the road right in front of me.
Great to see a few more people joining in. Welcome to the stream. You join us right near Beck, Texas.
Maybe
Hometown of Beck, Texas.
It's both.
South on 303, about to cut west.
It's Ugliful.
This is Beck right here. That was it.
We're in back. Maybe... Okay, let me find
Storm
out.
is very Ugliful.
Another one too.
There's
County Road
the other
282.
two. I'm trying to decide if you want to go on one of these county roads or you want to go on the 54. That's what I'm trying to figure out right here. Probably west on one of these roads right here because you're going to...
Check this out. On radar, it is starting to form that hook echo here, and rotation is developing. This thing is getting dang close to producing here. Man, look at PA Storm Tracker's view here. This current. Yeah, this is current. There is definitely a nub on this storm. Oh my gosh, that guy just threw dirt. You see how fast that rocketed off? That dirt moved so fast. The inflow is strong in this storm. This thing's already gearing up to drop a strong tornado. I can feel it. If you live in Sudan, Texas, I would be, or south of Sudan, Texas, I'd be in your safe spots. Or not in your safe spots, but ready to go. Y'all see how fast that dirt moved? Crazy. Oh, lightning near me. Looks like Storm Owner Media is ditching this plan. And Pagey is pretty much right underneath. Right underneath that mesocyclone right now. Very, very close to it. There's a little something out over there. What are they looking at there? Man, look at that motion. That storm moves. They think that's going to be something. But
Oh, look at that.
Kicking up a lot of dust down there.
you can tell Pagey Tornado definitely suffers from a similar ailment of ADHD. That area of circulation, I think, would be to her right, if I'm not mistaken. She's too busy looking at the rising motion.
Huh?
This is just
Classic storm chaser
Incredible.
vibes.
this is about as classic.
It's got an update on our severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what they're saying. And they've dropped this down to 2-inch hail as of our latest update. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia, north and east of Atlanta, near Gainesville. Got a little bit of 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on this storm, heading apparently towards Demarest and Clarksville. Oh yeah, this storm's getting ready to drop. Oh, we've got some sort of debris or some sort of dust or something on Paige's stream. Oh my goodness. I think that's a gustnado. That is spinning.
Yeah!
Oh yeah, look at that motion.
Woo!
Holy moly. Yeah, I don't see any, it's not attached to anything, I don't think. So I think that's a gustnado. Yeah, Storm Owner Media is looking at it as well, but their stream is frozen for some reason. There we go. Page has got a better view of it. A little bit of a gust swirl. I don't think that's a tornado, as best as I could tell. Just a little dustnado. My goodness. Yeah, this storm is starting to wrap up and latch onto that boundary. That boundary is right there, and it's so darn close to it. So darn close to it. Again, we are very close to tornado genesis here. We still got a dustnado ongoing. Man, that's rotating quite a lot.
Much bigger.
Look at that.
Look at it, right out the window.
Got a violent dustnado. Violent to ends.
Oh yeah, it's there's stuff sucking into it. We gotta go.
Back it's pulling that way.
Oh no, I meant to get up to it.
Wow. There's just so many good views to look at with this storm. Yeah, this thing's getting ready. Velocities are increasing as it gets closer to that outflow boundary. Man, look at that motion on Storm Hunter Media's feed. Look at that. There is some strong rotation already near the surface with this storm. This thing is getting ready, man. It is so close to producing. You can really see it start to turn in there. Oh, yeah, it's definitely gearing up. You can definitely see it's got some pretty strong rotation already near the surface. What's going on out there, Chazzy? Is there some rain? Quarter-sized hail being reported in Livingston, Louisiana, Livingston County. Watch out. Man, that is a swirling. What's Paige up to? Looks like they are repositioning here. Uh-oh.
Right there.
Oh, wow. Strong wind. Storm Runner Media has definitely got the best view here for now. Make sure we're current. Man, oh man. This thing's either going to die real soon or produce a tornado. Oh, we got some dust lifting up. We've got some dust underneath the mesocyclone. Might be another dust tornado.
Real close to this location. Yeah, you can see.
Wow. And look at the movement of the clouds on the top there. Oh, there's something kind of hanging down there. That might be like a little.
Have to move.
Man. Very tornado-like, but that could be like a weak tornado. It's right underneath that mesocyclone.
I think that's on the ground on the left. It's definitely on the ground on the left. Inflow is ripping into this thing now. Holy crap. Inflow's cooking into this thing, 30 plus.
It could either be strong inflow being pushed into the storm and just dust kind of lofted into there, or that could be the beginning of a tornado. We just can't even see the funnel right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm here in Texas. Go check that out. Oh my gosh, look at Paige's view. What in the heck? Oh yeah, there's a large funnel in there. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's a tornado. I think that's a tornado. Right there. Look at that. There's two little circulations there. What the heck? Whoa!
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, I'm recording.
Oh my goodness. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're good, you're good.
Yeah, I think that's a tornado on the ground, folks. We got a tornado on the ground here in Texas. That tornado warning is not for any cities, or it's for Beck, Texas. For Beck, Texas. If you live in Beck, Texas, you need to be in your safe spot. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a large tornado. And you can see that whole mesocyclone above it is rotating around that. Holy moly, the contrast between the color of that dust and the white clouds above it.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, they have now upgraded this tornado warning to confirmed. Wow. That is crazy. That whole thing is spinning. This is what it looks like on Storm Runner Media's feed. Wow.
Jesus.
And if they could just get better service. This is definitely the best view here. But we'll go to Storm Runner Media's feed and we'll check out Oh, wow. Look at PA Storm Tracker's feed. Look at that.
Has been issued.
Wow. And if you live in Beck, Texas, you need to be in your safe spots. That is a tornado on the ground. It appears large at this time.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
Whoa. Look at that. Folks, you need to be in your safe spots for this storm. This storm is wrapping up quick. I don't think the funnel is fully condensed, but you can see the funnel just above it, that strong area of circulation. Look how fast that is moving. We're about to get a pretty strong tornado. This probably already pretty close to a strong tornado as we speak. You can just see how large that circulation is because we have so much dust in this area.
Shoot some, because mine's going to be in 720.
Wow. And you're definitely going to want to be in your safe spots here. Again, we're over here in Beck, Texas. Here's our area of rotation, getting much stronger by the moment. Beck, Texas is up here. You guys need to be in your safe spots as this comes through. You can see on Storm Runner Media that is slowly condensing there, but Pagey has definitely got the best view of this storm right now. Holy moly. See that white condensation funnel slowly coming down, really rapidly rotating there with the not fully condensed yet, but it is already picking up dust and potentially debris. So again, if you live in Beck, Texas, just be in your safe spots. You're a little north of this, but this could easily occlude north. Oh my goodness, man, this is crazy. Well, the condensation funnel is slowly coming down here. Wow, look at that motion. That is really fast motion on this. Holy moly. I cannot believe that. This is the live shot of the year so far. Pagey Tornado is positioned perfectly here where the sunlight is just catching that tornado and the dust, really popping the colors out of both. And although it looks pretty cool with the contrast, this is a dangerous situation here, folks. If you live in Beck, Texas, you need to be in your safe spots. Got a satellite tornado, it seems like, on the left side. Look at that, some dust being picked up on the left side. Wow, potentially two tornadoes on the ground here at the same time. And Storm Runner Media's view is not as good as this.
It's been on the ground. I have it on video.
Wow, wow, wow. Let's check out PA Storm Trackers. Looks like they are repositioning right now. This is what it looks like from Storm Runner Media's feed. And the video is getting quite pixelated here. Oh, there's a clear view. Wow, look at that collar cloud wrapping around there. This is crazy. Yeah, it still hasn't fully condensed.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell, though, there is still some circulation on the ground.
I ain't pulling out. I'm just gonna keep going straight.
Okay.
And this is the storm that we're talking about here on radar. And on velocities here, you can see we've already got some strong area of rotation. And again, that is very close to Beck, Texas. Beck, Texas still needs to be in their safe spots as this pushes towards you. Again, this could easily occlude up to the north, which essentially means that the tornado gets kind of sucked in to its parent supercell, and that would bring it very, very close to Beck, Texas. So if you live in Beck, Texas, please be continuing to be in your safe spots as this approaches. It does look like it might. Did it lift? Might have lifted. Seeing much circulation. It might be cycling here. Or it could be on the ground and maybe there's just less dust. No, there's still little satellite vortices. Look at that. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a little satellite vortice. Look at that. It comes all the way down to the ground. That's a fully condensed little satellite vortice there. Look at that. It's the tiniest, little skinniest vortice ever. You can just see it reaching up into the cloud there. Man, something tells me this thing's going to produce just potentially an absolute chonker of a tornado here eventually. Wow. Yeah, I can't tell if that's the main area of circulation or if that's...
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Let me see where that is. And that appears to be yet another tornado on the ground. That might just be a new tornado there. Old one might have occluded, and that, yeah, PDS severe thunderstorm warning is up here near 87, heading off to the east. That is going to be also tornado warned here as well. There with 2.5-inch hail, and is moving down to the south and east towards 80. Texas needs to be in their safe spot. Not a whole lot of rotation in this storm yet, but I would definitely be taking proper precautions and being in your safe spots. And then back over here, this is the storm we've been watching here. Yeah, looks like that rotation is not as strong as it was. Uh-oh, Pagey's getting large hail again. That hail just blew in, I think. Oh, yeah. Looked like hail. Maybe it wasn't. I'm not hearing any dinks. There's another vortice. The storm is kind of weird right now.
I haven't even been watching radar, so...
Not gonna lie, it's a little bit on the weird side. It's like it wants to drop a very strong tornado, but it's like... It's very interesting. It's a pretty dangerous storm as well. Like a little vortice could spin up like on the outer edge. Like in no time. I mean, look at that motion. Oh, is that another funnel in there? My gosh, they're a little bit too close to this. They need to be careful. There's a funnel in there, it looks like. Oh, here comes that hail. My goodness.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to get moving here.
Whoa.
That hail starts to move in.
Oh.
Wow. Again, and that is this storm right here, just south of Sudan, over here near Beck, Texas. You guys need to continue to be in your safe spots here, as we do still have a pretty decent area of circulation. There's no denying that this storm has some strong rotation at the surface. But it seems to be kind of touch and go right now, producing little vortices underneath it, and some very strong rotation. About as much you can see a storm rotate. And it looks like Storm Runner Media is on this a little bit further away. Man, I mean, the motion on this thing is just crazy.
This is absolutely insane.
Look in the back.
There it goes.
Look in the back.
This is just going to do a giant multi-vortex.
Golf ball sized hail now for Pecos, Texas. Yeah, it's so weird. There's like these little spin ups happening on the outer edge.
Is it re-centralizing in the rain? Are we getting a rain wrap tornado now?
Back here. I think it's back here.
It's definitely not your typical strongly rotating storm here. You know, you typically imagine these things to have one central tornado, but this one has little tornadoes and gustnadoes and vortices kind of all spinning on the outside of it. Wow.
Look on the left. It's my multi-vortex. There could be a wedge on that right side now. You see that sharper left edge?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the central circulation is getting a little bit rain wrapped. You can see here on Pagey Tornado's stream, that is yet another little vortice on the ground.
Good night.
And again, Beck, Texas needs to be continuing to be in their safe spots. Yeah, that is this is a dangerous storm, folks. A very dangerous storm.
Head to toe.
Because again, you know, you're watching the main area of circulation, but the dangerous thing about this is that, you know, there could be a tornado embedded in there, but those little vortices, they can just drop whenever on that outside collar. So if you're within that range, you're putting yourself at risk, unfortunately, to be hit by one of those. My goodness. Very dangerous storm here. Now, still pretty close to Beck, Texas. Let's come back up here to the north. Check back in on this storm up here north of Amarillo. Yeah, with this tornado warned storm, still not seeing a whole lot of strong rotation on it just yet, but we are still keeping an eye on it for Addie, Texas. It would still be in your safe spots, and also some baseball-sized hail is on this storm right now. And this thing is becoming a rain-wrapped mess. Is that on the ground in there?
Okay, yeah. Actually.
Yeah, look at those rain curtains wrapping in there.
Yeah, there might be a larger tornado embedded in this rain. Rain curtains are really wrapping around there. AG tornado is really close to this thing. I think they're getting out of its way right now. Wow, that was crazy. And this storm, yeah, it looks like it's got broader rotation here as our latest scan. No debris signature as far as I can tell, but it does seem like that initial mesocyclone might be occluding more towards the north. So still want Beck to be in their safe spots. It looks like this is going to make a pretty darn close approach to you there in Beck, Texas. Also some rotation, broader circulation starting to develop on our northern storm here as well. Wow. And that unfortunately now is completely rain wrapped at the moment. Let me just check other chasers' views to see if there's any unique perspectives on this storm right now. Yeah, all the chasers are pretty much looking at the same thing. My gosh, Scott Peak is like in the tornado almost, or in the circulation. I don't see the actual tornado itself, but the winds are really picking up. And looks like Pagey Tornado is also kind of in that circulation as well.
Yeah.
Just out in front of it. This thing is completely rain wrapped. The recycling, it very well could be. It seems like that parent mesocyclone is occluding. As you can see, tons of rain is wrapping in there. And hail too. I mean, that half of that meso is now pretty much a hail core. This thing will either continue to be in the process of occluding, or it will, it might have failed the occlusion and maybe pop back out from this hail core and the rain. Man, that is a lot of mass in that storm. There could be a strong tornado hidden back there. It's just kind of hard to tell. Looking at radar, it's not really giving us many clues other than there was broad circulation, no debris signature at the moment. Yeah, it looks like Storm Runner Media is starting to peer into there. Let's listen into their feed, see what all the chasers are saying.
I'm not really close enough. I don't really like getting up close to rain wrap stuff. Why are there so many flies around here?
Let's go check back in with that northern tornado warning. Yeah, still unfortunately no understanding of what that thing is doing at this present moment. Yeah, this storm seems to kind of be north of the boundary here. Still going to watch it to see if it'll latch onto it, but as of right now, it's kind of failing to do that. I would say the main threat with this storm continues to be that baseball-sized hail on the northern side of this, heading over just to the south of Matherson's there in Texas. That was crazy. Had a little noodle coming off of it in Freddy's stream. Yeah. There was the baseball sized hail near Potter, Texas now. Let me see where that is. Is that probably for the same storm we've been looking at? Oop, that's Pennsylvania. Whoops. Yeah, it's up on this storm. So yeah, there's still baseball sized hail as of our latest updates. And then this storm down here is, let's see if we've gotten any upgrades on this guy. No, we're still at a 2-inch hail on our northern storm and 2-inch hail on our southern storm here. Yeah, you can see that on our latest radar scans that it is definitely occluding at the present moment. So we're going to see this thing most likely occlude. Will it continue to be the dominant cell? Will this one become dominant? I would say this one has a little bit of a lower chance of becoming dominant. Kind of hard to tell. You can see on all of our Storm Chasers views here, we just got this mesocyclone that is absolutely wrapped in hail and rain right now. You can't really see anything inside of there, but you can definitely still tell there's a lot of rotation in there by the little rain curtains that are dancing around it. So still can't really tell for sure if this thing is on the ground or not, but the entire atmosphere around this central mesocyclone is rotating. Well, no kidding. There is a lot of bugs out there. One just crawled across the screen. Yeah, I mean, there's still definitely a lot of rotation with this storm. We'll see if it tries to re-latch back on or not. Pagey up to. Pagey might be looking at maybe the new meso eventually. Could be the handoff, maybe. Also could be the outflow boundary too, so it could be some dust nados try to happen under this. And then PA Storm Trackers is also, there also appears to be a little bit of a meso back over, like a new one forming out in front of that area back there. You see it's kind of curling around in that area. Let's see if we can see that on Storm Runner Media's feed. No, he's mainly looking into this blob of dust. Man, is there still a tornado in there? It kind of looks tornado-y still in there.
Yeah, definitely the right side.
Either a very low wall cloud or potentially a large tornado still in there.
Where all those rain curtains are.
Can't tell if that's touching the ground or not.
Hell's most favorite thing. Yeah, no kidding. Thank you guys for 1,000 likes.
Big W.
Yeah, I don't know. Still not clear whether this is on the ground or not. Oh, Pagey's got a view too, pretty close. And there's definitely something back in there. It still kind of appears to be on the ground. Still want Beck, Texas to be in their safe spots. Can't tell if that's just a big heavy rain shaft or if that thing is still currently on the ground. And that might be the new mezzo right there. A little bit of a closer view from Pagey Tornado. Now, that was what PA Storm Tractors was looking at. Near Lambeau, Texas. Just got a Lambeau County, Texas. Just got a little update for that area out there. Let me see where Lambeau County is. Lambeau County, Texas. Oh, okay, that's here. So yeah, we're still dealing with 2-inch hail with this storm. Yeah, I think it's currently in the man. There's actually still some stronger rotation back there. As of our latest scan, that very well could be, a tornado back in there that we keep on thinking we are looking at. This one up to the north is also developing some circulation as well. Let me see where that storm is moving. Man, these storms really aren't moving much. This one up to the north is completely stationary. Look at that. Classic example there of our mesoscale environment of how we can just get these storms that are very low, are very slow moving. Latest scan with this storm up here, still not seeing a whole lot of rotation on it. Still at radar indicated rotation, so we haven't gotten any new updates out of that. What did you miss? Depends on when you left and when you came back. If you haven't been here since the beginning, you missed a very large and dusty tornado. Oh, yeah, something's popping out of the rain there on Pagey's stream. Sure if that's our area of circulation or not. Kind of seems like a shelf cloud. Not really sure what we're looking at here. That could also be, that might be the inflow tail, actually. It is crazy, though, just how much rain wrap this mesocyclone has become. It started off like pretty much completely rain-free. Now it's just completely shrouded behind rain and hail. Pretty interesting how that happens sometimes, even in a drier environment like Texas. All right, latest scan has come in on our reflectivity. Still waiting on our latest velocity scan that just came in. Yeah, I mean, still a decently tight area of circulation there south of Beck. We continue to kind of draw where this is gone. You see that one kind of did a little loop-de-loop here. It's now heading back southeast. So maybe a failed occlusion there, and we might be about to see a new, stronger circulation develop here. Kind of in the same area that's still, unfortunately, shrouded by rain and hail there. So I still want Beck, Texas to be in their safe spots. Your threat isn't over yet. And back up here, a little bit further up to the north, We're still dealing with some 2-inch hail with this storm. And that's headache size head about to move into Amherst and Cofferville, Texas. Check back over here at Storm Runner Media's view. We can get one. Yeah, it's starting to clear up in there a little bit. Whoa. The heck, is that it?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right there.
Yeah, that's a tornado. It appears.
Right on 54. Man, I'm closing west on it. That's all I wanted. I wanted some damn visibility.
It's coming at us. Yeah, but we need to get out of here.
Now
Can't tell if that's on the ground, but we got an elephant trunk-like funnel here. Definitely appears to be on the ground. As Paigey was pretty close to that area, was she not? No, I guess not. I don't know. Not looking very tornado-y anymore. Near Habersham County, Georgia, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Severe thunderstorm warning for you guys. Yeah, back in there, that's still our main circulation.
Incredible rope out from the south side. Oh my goodness.
I'm kind of getting myself up underneath it right now. I see it. Yeah, it's this right here.
it's that right there.
It appears like this was on the ground the entire time. There's your tornado right there, roping out.
Very cool, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
Which, kind of makes sense when you really think about it. The hail and rain started to clear out as soon as the tornado started to weaken. So that was probably a large tornado on the ground the entire time. Are you behind on PA stream? No. There's no tornado on PA storm trackers. Oh yeah, Paigey as well is pretty darn close to that little rope out tornado. Oh wow, look at that. That one will die and then a new one might develop. We shall see. There you go. That is that little tiny rope there. That was a tornado. So, the fact that it's just now roping out means that was likely on the ground the entire time. We just couldn't tell due to the fact that there was so much rain in the way. But right over here, there's where our circulation was. It is a lot broader now, which makes sense. And then we got a broad area of circulation to the north. We still got to watch that storm up there. These storms are still are interacting quite a bit with each other. You'll barely see it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued with this storm up here. Really seeing too much rotation on this guy right now, but it's a little tiny area of circulation there. Now, if you live over here near Punta, Texas, you need to be in your safe spots as that approaches. Radar indicated 1.5-inch hail possible in this new tornado warning. That's ping pong ball sized hail. Yeah, it seems as if this tornado has lifted at the moment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, they put it back down to radar indicated. Also 2-inch hail for Pecos, Texas as well. That's going to be this storm down here. south of Fort Stockton, moving into Smith Place in Chancellor, Texas. Watch out for that. A little interesting view here from Pagey again. A little bowl funnel potentially. Or maybe just like a dying wall cloud. Not really sure what's going on our stream. Let's listen in. Any tornadoes? Yeah, we just had one storm probably produced like 5 tornadoes. It was on the ground for quite a long time. And I'll show you guys what it looked like at one point. That's what it looked like earlier, before it got completely rain wrapped and hail wrapped. And this was probably the coolest looking view of it, with that condensation funnel to the above it, white condensation funnel with that very brown dirt underneath it, with the storm just hitting it just right. I mean, this is some of the most picturesque footage we've seen all year. And I can't really tell if it, but as you can see on the left side though of that, near the Sudan, Texas label, there's another satellite tornado next to it. That just kept happening. So this thing could have produced, you know, one core tornado, but then on the outside there could have been at least 4 to 5 satellite tornadoes around it.
Tornado I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was just a crazy tornado. But as of right now, it appears we just watched it rope out live on stream, and now we are sitting here waiting to see if this storm is going to try again. All it's got to do is try to latch right back onto that boundary, and it will try to produce again. So I fear, unfortunately, that this storm here south of Littlefield is not over, and this one over here near Littlefield might be just getting started. This one's definitely going to be completely rain wrapped, but there is a little area of circulation developing as well with this storm. And it's pushing down to the south, right over 84. All the chasers are repositioning, getting ready for potentially the second round for this storm, because this storm again is going to be riding that outflow boundary pretty much all day.
It's 1490 and 597.
Just got off work. Well, welcome to the weekend, Jared.
Sorry guys, I know that's bright.
Yeah, it just got really bright on the other side of the city.
It'll probably warm up really high too.
Pretty sunny, yeah.
Old Joe's a twin. It might have been triplets at a point. I mean, there was that's the weird thing about it. So, all right, we'll draw a picture of kind of what was happening here. So, you know, it had that little tornado or condensation funnel above it. It was picking up all that dust underneath it. And then it had like this weird collar cloud that was circulating around it. And then like little vortices would happen like around it. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was at least 3 to 4 little vortices around our main tornado. And this was circulating around it. Cloud base there. It was very interesting. Very weird tornado. As you know, as far as I could tell, it never fully condensed. Little update over here in Alabama. We actually have a little severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm moving up towards Uniontown. How's Missouri looking tonight? Just thunderstorms is what we're expecting. Also back down here in Louisiana, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. $half sized hail on that one near Hammond, 1-inch hail on this one south of Bogalusa. And in Lamb, Texas, just got another update on that storm. Still at 2-inch hail on this storm right now.
Ooh, that was crazy.
I have Pagey's audio on. Let me turn that off. There we go. And yeah, as you can see, right out in front of this storm, this isn't from earlier in the day. This is right now, right out in front of this big grungy storm. We have
new information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
This has been upgraded again. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. See if I'm missing something. Don't think there's a tornado on it right now. That might be a late report. Let me check our velocities on here. Maybe that's on this storm here. And this storm is like pushing down into this storm here. Very weird. You know, it's like that mesocyclone is slowly pushing down to the south, and now it's like right in that area. Got some weird storm interaction happening right now. I'm looking at a view farther away on this storm right now, and there is not a new tornado on the ground. Mesocyclone is actually pretty easy to see. Not as rain wrapped as it was. Or maybe it is. Hold on. This might be an old video. No, it's still definitely rain wrapped. There's something going on there. Let me check. Is that one near Littlefield is wrapping up at the moment. No, he's on the same storm as everybody else. He's looking back at this storm. And all you can really see is just a white shelf cloud out in front of it and a mass of rain behind it. Looks like our hail signal might be increasing a little bit on this storm as well. Wouldn't surprise me if we got a little bit of an update here with this storm. 72 dBZs back on this storm. We could be getting pretty close to some destructive hail yet again. Let me go check him back in with that northern tornado warning, see if anything has changed. I've been giving it a little bit of time to see if it's going to change. And yeah, still no changes on this guy. We do definitely have a storm. We got a little mezzo there, potentially another one back in here. Still not a whole lot of rotation on this dude. Still the main threat with this storm is that ping pong ball sized hail potential with it heading into 87. But we're still keeping an eye on it. There is a little bit of an outflow boundary here that it is getting close to. So if it continues to inch this mesocyclone down just a little bit further, it could become tornadic if it does latch on. You can see the outflow boundary is right in here. So it's close to it. It's trying to reach towards it, but as of right now, there's not a whole lot of rotation on it yet. We also have another storm developing over here near Bovina and Friona. That's probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly. Oh, wow. This is nuts. Look how clear and blue it is around this storm. And they are diving well south from this storm right now. Wonder if they're trying to get a structure shot of it. A hail cloud. Could be some hail in there, maybe. Check back in with Storm Runner Media.
We made it.
They're trying to stay ahead of this hail core at the moment. there is still some pretty large hail and potentially even bigger hail than what we've been seeing. Yeah, look at this. This storm is starting to wrap up here near Littlefield. This one might become our dominant storm. A little north of that boundary, but it's getting just a whole bunch of wind from kind of this backside. So this storm that just produced a tornado might nudge the storm back up to its north and east into tornado genesis. That appears to be what is happening here. You can see how these greens meander and these reds kind of dissipate as this pushes down to the south. This is kind of just taking over the entire environment. Over near Oldham, Texas, Oldham County. Looks like we got a new update on one of these storms. We got a ping pong ball sized hail with this. And the storm is getting real close to that boundary, but it's still kind of failing. Looks like it's currently a little mesocyclone on this guy is starting to occlude yet again. Got a new observed warning. Which one? On this one? Yeah, this is still observed. But I'm not sure. Not sure if that's still from that old report and they're just keeping it on, or if there's new sighting of the tornado. I'm not seeing any. I haven't seen any feeds. I've looked at all of them. I haven't seen any feeds that have a tornado on the ground at this moment. Rain curtains converging. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely some decent rotation here. It's just not very tight at the moment. But if you live in Littlefield, just be prepared. Tornado warning could be coming towards you shortly. Just be ready to be in your safe spots there. Looks like our initial storm here occluded and is now really struggling to reform a new mesocyclone. I've been feeling pretty good. Freddie McKinney's windshield took a beating. Oh, wow. It looks like PA Storm Trackers got another view back into one of these storms. I'm not sure if this is the Littlefield one or what. They're just south and west of Littlefield, so they're still looking at that dying supercell. This is what it looks like at the moment. Now, weather spotters are still confirming a tornado inside of this. Yeah, Storm Hunter Media is now getting pretty close. Oh my gosh, Storm Hunter Media got absolutely pummeled with hail. And they just upgraded the warning also to softball-sized hail on this tornado warning. That's 4-inch hail now inside of this storm.
All right, I think I'm clear. Wow, that was strong wind. I thought we were in trouble there for a second there. Woo!
Like in front of us or to the west?
Like in front of, like one of the power lines, like 5 lines down, just lit up. So I think something's going on. Lights road, I just.
It's diving due south. It's
10 miles.
Yeah, something just happened on Storm Hunter Media's feed.
Yeah, look at the dust.
See a white cone in the rain back there.
I'll be able to tell you right here.
Brandon's saying there might be a white cone in the rain.
Everyone's flipping around, so let me just do that real quick.
Okay, I was gonna say I really cannot tell.
You're gonna lose your view because I'm about to swing it.
No, you're fine. I just can't tell.
Oh yeah, look at the structure up above us. Oh, I think there's something massive in there, guys.
Yeah, look right there. What is that? Left side.
Going back up into it.
I don't know. You can do what you do. I'm not telling you what to do.
I'm just trying to think because it looks like there's something right there, but I see the motion in here. This is the northern tornado.
Yeah, this is the northern tornado.
Holy crap, this thing is a beast, you guys.
I'm not seeing a tornado in there, but we're getting multiple reports that could be a large tornado on the ground.
It might be. I can't confirm the ground circulation. There's a giant wall cloud over here.
I'm looking for a clearer view of this thing.
Concentrated area right now. I can't really I'm just not really seeing anything at the moment.
Now, all the chasers are reporting the kind of the same thing that we're seeing here is
Jen, thank you for the super chat.
not really able to tell.
Kind of calm.
The way it's looking, it doesn't. There's a lot of rising motion, but I'm not seeing anything right now.
There was a ton of sinking motion right
I don't
here.
think there's a tornado at the
about
moment.
3 minutes
But
ago.
I mean, a second ago, it was really trying to drop right on top of us.
I thought it was trying to drop one a little bit to the south when I was punching because the wind started ripping up. I was yelling at my chat. I'm like, get ready to get rolled.
Lisa, thank you for the super chat.
I'm going to go a little bit further south. I think it's going to have a solid RFD surge, so I'm going to get back out ahead of it and hopefully get a little east, too.
Say we can go on County Road 3. Maybe we can go on County Road.
Yeah, I mean this is that part of the storm that is apparently has a tornado on the ground, but the consensus seems to be that there's not one in there as of right now. So maybe there was one earlier, but whatever's back in there, it's completely rain wrapped. So let's see here. Yeah, they still have the weather spotter confirmed tornado tag on this. I don't know. I mean, our rotation there's a little area of rotation. That's where they are at. Pretty close to that area. So doesn't appear to be on the ground right now, but very well could be. So if you live over here north and west of Littlefield, I would still be in your safe spots. Let's come check back up in our northern warning again. Yeah, it looks like it's still failing to tap into that outflow boundary, but we still got to keep a close eye on this storm. It's still tornado warned, and that boundary could definitely, the storm could definitely interact with that boundary at some point of the day. So it's going to be a storm to watch. Pretty darn close to it. It's not going to take much for that to do something. And then further up to the north here near 214, looks like we do have still a storm with a hail threat. Ping pong ball sized hail moving up to 214. Yeah, I think that's just mainly a wall cloud there.
There were some pretty big stones in there. I'm surprised I didn't get it worse. I was worried about my side windows. It was the only cloud I was concerned about.
It's currently warned for softballs, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised maybe if they upgraded that.
Teresa, thank you so much for your PayPal.
Windshield was completely gone. Like making.
That's interesting. It is interesting. It's always hard to kind of decipher what's going on in these storms when they're completely rain wrapped. Making sure everybody's live on the current feed there. Man. And that hail core, though, is still looking pretty darn dangerous here. I think what's pretty much happening here is that if I had to guess, there might have been a brief tornado in that rain, but it might have been very brief. As far as I can tell, it's not a very strong tornado signal, but there could have been something in there. But whatever it is, it's not on the ground anymore. And these storms are going to have to merge. As of right now, they're kind of disrupting both of their chances of producing a tornado at the moment. So these storms are going to have to merge. And then once they merge, they might try to latch onto that boundary again. And we might see tornado genesis ramp back up, and can't completely rule out some subtle little storm interaction here where we get some rotation, maybe some stronger rotation at one point on this storm. How's everybody doing today? I myself am feeling a little bit tired. Wee bit tired. Lots of little streams, one after the other. They definitely start to hit you. Thank you, Terry Graves, for the first donation of the stream. Thank you so much. Sent 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. If you guys get a membership, make sure you're... Actually, I don't think that's the first one. I think we got like a... Yeah, we got a $2 donation earlier, so never mind. Second donation. But thank you so much. If you got a gifted membership from her, make sure you guys are saying thank you in chat. Sitting in Amarillo, watching the sky. Yeah. Yeah, Amarillo has got some storms to your north. That boundary is also to your north right now. It is kind of sinking down a little bit. We got new storms forming real close to that boundary. That could be an elevated tornado threat if those guys can latch onto it. Kind of similar to yesterday where we had those storms further up to the north that eventually started producing tornadoes. But as of right now, they are struggling at the moment. So they're not overly concerned with those storms near Amarillo yet.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Looks like they just upgraded the hail on this storm, now up to 3-inch sized hail. That is going to be for Al Beatty's Flint Quarries National Monument and Puente there in Texas. And very grungy storm here on Storm Runner Media's view. Look at that. Also some dust being kicked up there as well.
It's not like a very
That's coming from the cars.
No.
Never mind.
This thing is just a straight up
It has a lowering near Amarillo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that storm will continue to look dangerous until it latches onto that boundary. Once it latches onto that boundary, it's going to be go time for those storms. I mean, they're close to an outflow boundary. They very well could produce eventually. Definitely worth keeping an eye on there if you live near Amarillo. Especially if those storms start to dive south and east like these storms are doing, they're going to be an issue.
Hold on, chat. We got a really good visual of the storms, guys.
I wonder what this would look like with a little bit more contrast.
I know we're parked, but...
Scott, you guys continue driving east or you stop? I'm coming back a little bit further west.
What do y'all want the storm to be on the ominous meter? We could do like real ominous. So like... I'm just kidding. Did it just freeze? I think it just froze. I love it when it does. Oh, did that fix it? I just clicked on it and it fixed it. Nope, then it froze again. Fun. Now we gotta do the reset. Hold on. I mean, you can still hear that the inflow winds are pretty strong on this.
Is there a little landspout down there?
All the way on the end.
All the way on the end.
There's like spin over there.
There's like spin, a little bit of right.
I don't see it.
Okay, there was dust.
I mean, it could have been. I just don't see it right now.
Okay. These radios. I
guess NATO maybe. Yeah, you see how grungy this storm is? That's because we're getting a very complex storm interaction right now. In between our southern cell, which is literally getting ingested into our northern cell at the moment. And so it's going to be a little bit of time before this thing really tries to make another attempt at a tornado here. But once it ingests that storm fully, it's going to be a storm to still continue to keep an eye on. So if you live near Littlefield, also eventually near the Lubbock area, if this continues to dive down to the south and east again, it's pretty much been traveling directly on 84 for quite a while. Thank you, Joe, for the 10. Thank you so much. Thank you. YouTube has some new features. What's the new features, Cindy? Fill us in. How do I make weather-wise look like that? You just customize. You can customize the radar color tables. You can also add smoothing if you don't like the pixelated view of the radar. Man, that looks nice. I'm not gonna lie. The smoothing on weather-wise is like 10 times better than Radar Omega. Do y'all like that? Do you like it like this more or more pixelated? I know the weather nerds like it more pixelated, but this is pretty darn close. Pretty darn good smoothing. Wow. I've never even tried using that before. There's more ads on YouTube? What? Seriously? Because that would suck. On and frozen instantly with click. Yeah. Yeah, you got to really monitor your live feeds if you're like watching along, because you can get behind very easy. Like I've had to like really start to like monitor the streams just to make sure they stay current, because that is a big issue. Do you have to have plus? I don't know. Honestly, I'm not really up to date on what's in plus and what's still free. I had a whole lot of time to keep an eye on that. New severe thunderstorm warning for Pecos, Texas, with some golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's in Pecos County. Man, look at this storm from Pagey's view. Very grungy supercell right now. You can clearly see where our outflow boundary is as well. It's just down in here. So if these storms are going to produce again, they're going to have to surge really far to the south. Catch back up with that outflow boundary. Got a tornado on the ground? Let me check. I don't think so.
It also did just start chucking bolts out before the flank, so we got a good sign there.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Severe thunderstorm warning with softball-sized hail on it has just been extended into Littlefield, Texas.
Gear it up, due west of Litchfield.
So watch out there in Littlefield. Orange hail can be very destructive. Can cause damage to houses, windows, pets, animals. So please be indoors and well away from windows. That 4-inch hail is coming right at you. Oh, yeah. This storm is starting to organize again. We're starting to get stronger winds on the southern side of this thing yet again. And it looks like our storm is almost done ingesting this storm here. Yeah, it's pretty much done ingesting. So we might see this thing try again here very shortly. Still wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado eventually with that. Let's come back up here and check in on our northern tornado warning. Yeah, still a lot of storms up here, very close to the boundary, but not quite close enough to produce yet. So we're still monitoring this threat for Amarillo. One of the things that we are concerned for Amarillo is that these storms eventually kind of do what that storm is doing down near Lubbock, which is start taking that more southeasterly track and starting to butt up against that outflow boundary. And if they can latch onto it, it's going to increase the vorticity and help those storms produce tornadoes. So there is a tornado threat up there. I wouldn't let your guard down yet in Amarillo, even though at the current moment, it doesn't really look like that storm is going to hit you guys. Marion, Alabama storm has rotation. It actually has a little bit. You're right. It's mainly just like a surge of wind, but definitely some severe winds there south of Marion. Probably going to come into just south of Birmingham, it seems. Over there near like Maplesville and Billingsley. A little bit of something there. It's not dangerous, but yeah, it looks like they did allow this tornado warning to expire near Littlefield. Man, look at Pagey's view, though. You just make sure. Yeah, still HD. Up current. Dusty, grungy storm. What do you want to customize, Malachi? The outflow boundary on the Amarillo storms. It's this little thin blue line where you see these storms are actually initiating off of, but it's pretty much right in here, as best as I can tell. So it's out in front of these storms. Pretty much what we're waiting and looking for with this storm is to see if any of these reds and purples surge to this line. If they do, then that's when the tornado threat's really going to uptick. There might be a little bit of an isolated tornado threat before that happens, but as of right now, kind of the main threat with these storms is this guy right here with some 3-inch hail on with it right now. And you can see that merger is now done and everything is starting to consolidate again in this storm. And you can see it is surging. One of the interesting things here is that this outflow boundary appears to kind of move up like this, actually. Just kind of notice that. This storm might just need to surge a little bit further to the south and east, and then it's going to be lashed right back onto that. And yeah, it looks like we're already starting to see some new areas of some rotation there, but that appears to be in the inflow. We probably got a tornado warning coming any second for this storm, and that's going to be for Littlefield, Lums, Chapel, and Boehner here in Texas. And you can see on our storm runner or on our storm chaser views, we do have some areas of interest here in this storm, and potentially a new mesocyclone really starting to develop. We just got an update on our Potter, Texas storm. Littlefield is dropping now, you think? Let me listen. I'm listening to the feed. See what the storm chasers are saying. I think it needs a little bit of time still.
Oh yeah, look at the hook again now.
It is already down. Who's reporting that? As far as I can tell, from like every storm chaser's perspective,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see. Yeah, radar indicated. So no reports have come into the NWS yet. Yeah, all the views of the storm right now kind of all look the same. I do not see a tornado on the ground right now. Oh, Reed Timmer's stream. Let me check that. They can be a little loose with their wording, but they're usually pretty accurate. Hard to tell. It just kind of looked like there was a little funnel in there. And it gets wrapped in rain, and it makes it look like it's on the ground, but that could have also been rain. Kind of hard to tell. Definitely was some rotation in there for sure. And what appeared to be a lowering. But unfortunately, it's a little bit too rain wrapped to be able to confirm for sure. But you can see on our radar, I mean, there's rotation to back it up. And that might have been, on the ground there. So if you live south of Littlefield, this thing could be very close to producing. And it's currently what appears to be rain and dust wrapped right now. You can see on all of our different perspectives here, got a lot of dust pulling into this storm here on Pennsylvania Storm Tracker's view. All that brown near the ground there, that is dust. Over here near Pagey Tornado, she's also got a view of it, and you can see there's just a lot of rain and hail around that mesocyclone. And then over here on, oh wait, this is Pagey's view. We're just looking at Storm Runner Media's view. I mean, yeah, I mean, if there's anything in there, it's really hard to see. It is completely rain wrapped. But if you live over here south of Littlefield, I would still continue to be in your safe spots. That is still a pretty dangerous storm. And back up over here, it looks like these storms are still elevated north of that outflow boundary. None of them have really started to surge to that boundary just yet. So still pretty untornadic up there. Definitely keeping an eye on it. Possibly a shell cloud? I don't know. Storm's going to be hard to dissect with all this dust and hail and rain wrapping around it. Until we start to see things start to clear out. Let's listen back in with the feed.
It's a little too hazy.
How much closer can you get? Isn't that couplet like right there?
Up into this.
You said we're sending it into this now?
No, I said there's too much door gates sucked into this.
Oh, okay.
My gosh. Someone's going to drive right in there.
I thought he was like, I'm going to send it into this. I'm like, what?
I don't think anybody's going to be driving in there. Unfortunately, the only vehicle that can actually figure out what's happening in there is going to be Reed. Way too big of hail for these smaller cars. And you don't want your windows to get taken out next to a tornadic circulation.
It's right there on the road.
J-Jack is sitting at that stop sign facing the storm.
Yeah, I just parked behind you. I'm on the highway. I'm not going to get off the highway.
Yeah, we probably need to get east. I think we do.
Oh, there you are. Look off to your right a little bit to the north and west.
Yeah, we need to go east. I can't see.
Well, somebody that's been tempting fate quite a bit today is Pagey Tornado. She might stick around longer than some of these other chasers. She's definitely I'm not seeing anything in there, but there definitely could be a tornado on the ground with this thing. It's hard to tell.
I'm down by you, Freddie, but I just don't want to mess around with this too much once it gets.
Everybody's kind of saying the same thing. There's just too much dust and hail right now to really be able to confirm much, but there's plenty of rotation right here. Correlation coefficient, though, has been coming out kind of wonky here. Don't know what's going on with that. That is weird. It's like it's displaced. Maybe the radar got messed up. I don't know. Really interesting thing here on PA Storm Trackers. You can see that outflow boundary surging, picking up a lot of dust with it, which is just going to make understanding what's happening in this thing even harder. Let me check some of the other chasers' feeds. Jordan's got dust. Luke's out ahead. Matthew Capucci's rerouting. Scott Peak is near this thing, but he's looking at the same thing, just a blob of rain and dust. Freddie McKinney sitting there with his broken window, peering into the dust and not seeing much. Storm Runner Media is still hanging out there. They haven't moved yet.
Camera, but I can see the rain bands wrapping around.
Oh, we're about to get slammed by our
Big cone down. Might go north on this 385, Brandon.
Let's go north for a minute.
North?
I think Connor just said there might be a big cone down.
Oh, yeah. There.
Right now, but I'm driving the opposite way.
I don't see it fully down.
Yeah, it's just west of, what is it, 338.
I see it clearing out behind us.
Yeah, it's on the ground right behind us, Brandon. Tornado on the ground, right here.
Hey, they seem to think it's on the ground. Look at those trees. Very strong RFD with this storm. My goodness.
It's getting wrapped in rain real fast. I'm well east of you right now, Freddie.
Should focus on Freddie backing out.
And that might have been a cone.
Yeah. We need to move, and we need to.
I'm looking at Freddie's feed right now. I never really saw it on his feed. Like, definitely. I think they might be guessing a little bit, but it wouldn't surprise me if It wouldn't surprise me if that was actually a cone tornado. It's kind of my current thoughts on it. It was wrapped in rain. The bottom area was not visible on anybody's streams. Even some of the people that were reporting it down, but it very well could be. I mean, the rotation on this thing is getting strong. There as it pushes towards Lum's Chapel. So if you live near Lum's Chapel, continue to be in your safe spots. This appears to be either a tornado very close to being on the ground or on the ground at this moment. Okay, so that is correlation coefficient problem is weather-wise at. Yeah, it's got a strong couplet with it for sure. Storm Media is pretty darn close.
As that last one was.
No, but this one goes all the way east.
A very rain-wrapped storm on his stream. AG's running from the storm as well. Everybody's running from the storm right now.
Freddie, I got a video of you backing out of the tornado. It's so funny.
I can't wait to see that.
So we just got a new update. The NWS says this is still radar indicated.
340.
Yeah, all the chasers have been saying confirmed cone, yeah. So it's likely on the ground. I just haven't been able to see a clear visual of it. Oh man. Yeah, there's low chance that is not on the ground. I mean, look at that velocity couplet. Do a refresh. Maybe this will help that CC. Nope. Yeah, I think this is on the ground just based off of velocities here. Very strong on the southern side. If it's not on the ground, but I don't know, I'm thinking it most likely is. I mean, we've got nearly 100 miles per hour on the southern side here. And even with those weak amounts north of it, I mean, that could still very well be a tornado on the ground. Probably a weaker tornado right now, but that's about to wrap up and potentially produce a very dangerous tornado. Quarter-sized hail in St. Helena and Tangafoa counties in Louisiana. Storm Media right now has the best view of this, and you can see that that mesocyclone is certainly wrapping around something.
It's really big.
All right, well, then you can do whatever you want.
PDS chugger on the ground.
Yeah, you can see the bottom. You can see the dust. You can see the dust.
Oh my gosh. Hold on, guys. Let me flip around here.
Okay. We're getting a report of a very large tornado on the ground, potentially.
Pull off on that and make our own road.
I'm going let it right here.
You saw it there for a minute.
And there goes the visibility. Or the connection, I mean.
It is like impossible to see into there.
Can you guys still see it?
I can't see the condensation funnel, but it is definitely on the ground straight west.
Freddie says it's definitely on the ground, straight west. That would be just off of the road right here where this velocity couplet is. I mean, that's got to be on the ground. I mean, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts. That's a strong tornado on the ground somewhere in there. is just completely wrapped in rain right now. Where's Pagey at? They're pretty far away from this thing right now. Is that it? That might be it.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah, it's looking like a large tornado on the ground, if that is it. No, that wasn't it. I don't think that's it. I mean, it could be. It looks like a large tornado on the left. Also be a hail core. This is the best look we've had at it all day, and that they're on the other side of that rain shaft. But, you know, just based off of radar, it should be entrenched in that swirling mass of rain and hail. Matthew Capucci also has a decent vantage point on this, so I am like getting ready to use his stream if we have to. Anything obvious jumps out of this storm. Currently, it is completely rain wrapped. If you live south of Littlefield, I would still continue to be in your safe spots. This is most definitely, in my opinion, a tornado on the ground. I mean, very strong rotation. Also, Lum's Chapel. This is coming right at you. Man, look at, yeah, this is very similar to, this is actually like, I think PA Storm Trackers is like right next to Matthew Capucci, or very close to them. This is very similar to what Matthew Capucci's stream looks like as well. Yeah, that's this storm right in there. Again, this is tornado warned. If you guys live in Lum's Chapel, Texas, you need to be in your safe spots. There's likely a large and extremely dangerous tornado deep into that area of rain. But yeah, look at that. Kind of peering into the rain. There is definitely some strong circulation in there. That might be the tornado just uncondensed. Multi-vortex potential tornado there on Storm Runner Media's view. Let me take this off here and come back over to Storm Runner Media. A lot of rotation in that area.
Still sitting here.
I'm directly north of it by less than a mile on 385. Still no visual.
Still no visual.
It's just like a big bowl, multiple vortex type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anything condensed.
Damn, the closer you get to this highway, the better view we got. My goodness, it's great over here.
There's Jordan Hall. Let me look at his feed. Hey, look, they're all looking at the same thing. There's the big old wall of rain. Struggling to make out anything underneath a storm. But on our latest radar feed here, we definitely still have some pretty strong rotation here south of Littlefield. And unfortunately, is still heading really close to Lum's Chapel. So if that is on the ground, Lum's Chapel needs to be in their safe spots. Wow, look at Pagey's view as well. Classic Texas wheat field next to just a big old blob of rain and hail and maybe tornado. This might be like the last one that produced where we only are going to see this thing when it starts to die. It's just south of Littlefield, but Littlefield needs to be watching out for that 4-inch hail still, and still be indoors and away from windows in Littlefield. PA Storm Trackers is quite the view there. Let's go back up here and check up north of Amarillo, see if these storms are becoming any less or more successful up here. Yeah, not really. They're still struggling, thankfully, up there. Man, this storm is making a beeline for Lubbock. Let's hope this thing dies off before it gets there. My goodness. Just noticed how direct and close this thing is to Texas, or Lubbock, Texas. DC works now. Looks like he got my message. Yep, he got it. He says he sees the issue. He was working on it at the moment as of 5:15. So they just got it fixed. All right, latest scan on the. Well, let me look what this thing has looked like. Have we had any obvious debris signature with this thing yet? Really? Yeah, it looks like our latest scan is that it's broadening out here. So if I were to guess, we're about to get a really clear view of what it's like underneath this thing. Yeah. I don't see anything there. Big old mass. A big old mass of hail and rain. I mean, this thing is really wrapping up, though. My goodness. Latest scan, yet another strong couplet has developed. Maybe even a little subtle debris signature as this heads towards Lum's Chapel. Look at this on radar. Absolutely wrapping around just like a hurricane here. That is just a wild look. Let's look at that in higher scans. Wow. Yeah, this thing is completely wrapped in rain and hail at the moment. All right, we just got a new update on here. They're still saying it's radar indicated. It looks like they've dropped the warning down to 2-inch hail now. Hook is stationary. Let me play it. Hen egg sized hail also. Okay, that's on this storm. Yeah, it is stationary. It is not moving. Maybe moving just a couple of miles, but it's been like right next to Lum's Chapel for the longest time. Looking on the velocities. Might have lifted and then just reconsolidated a new mesocyclone within that rain and hail. It's honestly kind of crazy just how strong this has been with absolutely zero capability of really to see what's inside of this storm. It's just got so much rain and hail wrapping around. You can see it here very clearly on reflectivity. All this pink and purple wrapping around the center of circulation. That is that hail and rain wrapping in there. Littlefield's having some troubles. I bet. They've had 4-inch hail, and it's dropped down to 2-inch hail, but I mean that's still a pretty significant storm. You want to check back in? Yeah, we still have 4-inch hail on this storm. But these storms really aren't moving that much either. That's the thing that really sucks about these storms is that once they set up that hail core, they just kind of sit over the same areas for the longest time. It would not surprise me if we still have a tornado on the ground here south of Littlefield. Definitely still a decent area of circulation as of our latest scans. You can see there's just so much hail and rain wrapping into this thing. It's just there should be some good news is that that's a lot of rain cooled air wrapping in there, but I mean, I definitely wouldn't rule out still that a tornado on the ground for sure. A Pagey tornado is looking back at the storm, and you can kind of see something back in there. But it's hard to say for sure just what exactly. Also looking on Matthew Capucci's stream on the side, and he's been looking at this wall cloud or this mesocyclone for quite a while, and there hasn't been one little peekaboo with this little area of circulation for the longest time. Maybe required soon. Yeah, they might extend it a little bit if the storm starts moving again. It really started moving there. Now it's just kind of completely stationary. It's kind of fully wrapping in on itself. I got a feeling as soon as this area of circulation starts to kind of dwindle, once it occludes into the storm, probably will, start to surge potentially again further down to the south and east as it continues to follow these little outflow boundaries. We'll see. We shall see. Yeah, latest scan. It looks like it's now fully occluding. See, that circulation is now really starting to push back where it came from. Oops. Let me zoom in more and do this. Kind of died there, reorganized to the south, and is still just sitting in the same spot as the last two scans. It has not moved. This thing has been miles away from Lum's Chapel for the past 10, 20 minutes. Can I show you your weather settings? Sure. It just depends on what you guys want to see. I mean, I can't show you all of them, but if you have like a specific question for anything, I could try to show you guys. Power lines down in that area now. Okay, thank you for the update. Latest update on these storms. Seems like kind of the same thing is still happening here. Just a lot of hail, some potentially very destructive hail up here with this storm with 4-inch hail. Further down over here, 2-inch hail. These storms are slowly creeping towards Amarillo, but I'll tell you right now, unless these things surge anytime soon, it's going to be a while before these storms actually make it to Amarillo, even though it seems really close. Major damage, fortunately, yeah. I think so far this thing has been avoiding many of the towns.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm near Anton. Anton needs to be in their safe spots now, and you can see that circulation is kind of dissipating a little bit. Seems like the storm stalling out has introduced it to a lot of rain-cooled air. And that old circulation appears to have just completely lost its marbles. But again, do not let your guard down with this storm. It may try again. It's still very close to that outflow boundary. It could easily try to spin up a tornado again eventually. This storm is warned for, 2-inch hail. All these storms are warned for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. All the way across the board, except for this one up here near Punte. Does the outflow boundary do? So pretty much an outflow boundary is denoted by, an area where you have winds that are on the front side are moving this way. Are moving, sorry, the other way. Let me make sure I'm right here. Yeah, winds are moving down like this, and then back over here, they're moving like this. I mean, this one, winds are moving a little bit back this way and then back up like this. So you can see a lot of little interactions happening. And we also have a lot of lower level winds, like near the surface, moving back at the storm, right? And then you add in just a subtle flow aloft that is back over here. That's a lot of turning with height. And then along the outflow boundary itself is going to be some localized areas of vorticity. So when you get all that kind of mixed together, you got the large hail inside of the storm, you get the tornado tornado underneath the storm because it's tapping into that extra vorticity, allowing it to spin. Typically, if you didn't have this kind of setup with a southeast moving storm pushing into that outflow boundary, there wouldn't really be enough shear for anything in terms of tornadoes during today. There just wouldn't be that much. And so you probably wouldn't see much tornadoes. But because of the outflow boundary, adding just a little bit more vorticity, these things, even in a low shear environment, they can produce very strong tornadoes, sometimes about like the worst kind of tornadoes you can see. And so, you got to be really, really, attentive on days like this. And that's why we're live covering the storm. The type of severe weather environment isn't like you don't just look at it immediately and think, oh, this is going to be a big tornado producer. But when you understand the mesoscale around these storms right now, you start to get the picture that, like, okay, so we got the vorticity around these storms, you get the outflow adding more vorticity, we've got let me see if we have any storm relative. Yeah, we got storm relative helicity building around these storms as well, around 300 storm relative helicity. And all these things are kind of working together. I mean, we've got, 4,000 joules per kilogram. So this is basically what I like to call a Cape bomb storm, where it's just got a whole lot of instability. As soon as it starts to precipitate or produce a lot of rain and, hail, that creates a cold pool pretty quickly because it just has so much mass. As you can see, this is a large storm, a large singular storm. So it has a lot of mass, going to be producing a lot of rain cooled air, and that's going to be also creating its own outflow boundary. So the storm is actually writing two boundaries at this moment. There's an outflow boundary out over here into the Lubbock area, and then there's another one that the storm has produced itself. And so it's just that kind of environment that you need to be very careful in how you go about your day, especially if you live over near Littlefield, over near shallow water, because not only are these going to be capable of producing potentially strong tornadoes, they're going to be capable of producing, hail up to that 4-inch size, potentially even higher, like this storm has already done, and like this storm further up to the north, which is a little bit of a similar environment, maybe not as conducive for tornadoes yet, but that could change if these storms can latch onto a boundary. But these storms up here also have that 4-inch hail capability. So it's a pretty dangerous day out there, nonetheless, even though the environment, isn't like your typical tornadic environment. Looks like PA Storm Trackers has a view of what appears to be a wall cloud. Look at that. Something's finally peeking out of that rain. Crosbyton, Texas. Let me see where that is. I wouldn't rule it out. There's really like only one storm though in the area. That is, that could be tornadic here. So it's really wherever this storm goes, maybe we get another one we have to watch. But as of right now, it's kind of only a one storm show. These ones up here might eventually do something, but they've got to surge in order to become more tornadic. Maybe some interactions within the line before they push onto that outflow boundary. Maybe if they get a little bit more interactions there. Just the storm mesoscale interaction. Sometimes you can get a nudger in the line of storms itself, and that can cause some spin. But we haven't really seen much out of these storms other than that giant hail threat. Yeah, the rain clearing out might be an indication that this storm is trying to form a new mesocyclone. As it got really messy there for a second, but it does seem like something's trying to latch back onto that inflow, and I think that's what we're looking at here on PA Storm Tracker's view. Yeah, it looks like they re-upgraded this storm. Now for tennis ball sized hail. Not quite baseballs yet, but tennis ball sized hail. Still pretty dangerous. And that's going to be mainly over here in this hail core, heading pretty close to Anton. Is Monday concerning anymore? Yeah, it's still concerning for sure. As far as I can tell, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. We still don't know really what the failure modes are going to be, but we're going to get all those details eventually. It's a little bit messy in there right now. It looks like this storm is trying to split. Looks like there's two mesocyclones. Can't tell if that's just like an illusion due to like the outflow boundary. But let me get some water really quick and refill my water. Tugwa, Alabama, and Chilton County, Alabama. Just got a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. My camera down a little bit. Yeah, latest areas of rotation in this storm. This storm is still really struggling. If it lifts off that boundary, that's going to be it. But, oh, wow, look at the storm intermediate's view. What is that? Some scud. They're doing the storm chaser secret. Always point the camera at something that looks scuddy or tornadic. It's the best way. Keep those viewers. And then that could do something. It could be an upside down tornado there. You never know. Got some, that scud is wedging out.
You drop down on 168, Corey.
Copy that. Yes, sir.
Copy that.
Getting a nice base.
Oh, wow. Look at Paige's view. Definitely appears like we're getting a little bit of a split here. That new mesocyclone to the south there. And we are getting we are on radar. We're definitely getting a storm split here. See this? On the northern side, storm just split in two. So that's what we're seeing on Paige's feed. If I bring up my little video cursor here, that's our new meso. This is our old meso splitting off into the distance. So if a tornado drops, it's going to come out of this one most likely. And this is what we expect. Usually this happens in May and June, though, I will say. But, you know, in these middle mesoscale environments, this is how it goes. You get very slow-moving storms. There's not a whole lot of shear to push them around. And you get really weird storm motion. Wow. Look at that. And also today, we've had multiple instances of 4-inch hail. And that entire updraft is rotating there. AG's definitely got the best view. Again, that's for this storm. You can see we're getting another little surge down here to the south. Gotta wait for this storm split to end here, but this is probably, this hail is moving towards that new mesocyclone. We're probably going to see rotation try to develop back in over here, if I had to guess. As this new mesocyclone is right next to that outflow boundary yet again. Wow. Yeah, still pretty strong inflow winds.
That is pulling me in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Safelite does a pretty good job delivering those windshields.
God dang. That literally pulled me in.
Baseball-sized hail. Update on one of these storms in Potter County, Texas. It's up there near where Amarillo is. A baseball-sized hail now in some of these little pockets here. Are these guys surging yet? This little merger here might be enough mass to push this thing down into that outflow boundary eventually. Definitely keeping a close eye on these guys. Once they merge, that might get a little bit of a cold pull surge into that outflow. Wow. Look at this view over here from Pennsylvania storm trackers. Look at that. Very low wall cloud with this storm right now. Whoa, man. This is a pretty cool view.
Jeez, look at the dust.
Yeah, there's so much dust.
So much dust. Look at it flying. Oh my goodness.
Dust storm.
Truly. See lights coming this way. Whew. Man, I hope you guys are enjoying this view. Beautiful. I almost got blown away.
Strong wind.
Dust can mean some things. It just means there's strong winds and dry ground nearby.
More cars up here. Holy cannoli. Got it? Oh. Man. Look at it. They're outside.
Oh, yeah.
Their house. They're like, oh yeah.
Got a new update on our tornado warning. Let's see what it says. Yeah, still radar indicated. Tennis ball sized hail inside of the storm. The storm is still kind of struggling to get completely reorganized, but there's definitely a new mesocyclone on this storm. Here's a good view of it from Pennsylvania storm trackers, and Storm Runner Media also has a decent view of it, and Pagey is the closest to it, and the mesocyclone, at least the center of it, appears to be completely hail wrapped again and rain wrapped. So we'll see. Do we have any tornadoes today? Yeah, we potentially had up to 5 tornadoes already. I think most of them were in a field. I haven't heard any damage reports other than some power lines down. And these storms are slowly getting closer to Amarillo. Yeah, we had one tornado earlier that produced a tornado and potentially multiple vortices around it. So a couple of satellite tornadoes potentially around that, and then we just had another one. What might have been a cone tornado not too long ago. And this storm is trying to reorganize. It's worth keeping an eye on. Still not quite there yet, though. I have a little bit of an embedded circulation happening back over there. That might be that mesocyclone. That just broad north of Amarillo. For now, it is, yeah. I haven't really seen any tight circulations up here, but monitoring this little gust front here. It is trying to surge into that outflow boundary, and if it can, without getting outrun by it, it could potentially try to do something. Oh, look at that.
Here, but not here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it kind of blew out again. That's why. Oh. What is it doing? Too much storm interaction.
Wow. Look at Storm Runner Media's view. They got the
Go for it. I mean, I don't know what
good view.
you guys are seeing, but go ahead right now.
Pull over real quick, Jordan. If you keep going, go ahead. I just gotta take a leak before we get all wet.
Yeah, you're good. You can pull over. I think that's Scott in front of you, isn't it?
You're way up there.
Yeah, I'm way up here.
I'm probably just gonna stop.
I don't know if you know this, Brandon, but you do have a headlight out.
My turn signal is now out too.
Hello.
We're on a good road. That's what
Welcome
because there's no
to the stream.
Oh, I see the line. I see it now.
You are approaching the twisting storm.
I've always wanted to get that on my phone. Or on something.
Yeah, there seems to be some back in there.
Hey, there's something back in there, guys. It's straight up and down.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it looks like there's a pipe back there.
Whoa.
Be careful going on this highway in Brandon. You're gonna get chased by dogs.
Yep, I just passed the dogs on that with their house in the red roof.
Might have a tornado on the ground, guys. Yeah, it's kind of looking that
No.
way.
No, it's just a Scuddy base. It's not. That's not a tornado.
There's dogs in the road.
Yeah, watch out for the dogs. Watch out for the dogs.
For the love of God, don't run into me. Or run. There's a chihuahua.
Does that mean you're right behind me, Freddie? Yeah, I think I see you up there.
Oh, did you see that
Yeah, I'm just
explode?
getting back up to
No,
Scott
I didn't watch
I
that.
don't see anything in the rain yet, but we're getting closer.
I just saw a massive hailstone explode right in front of me.
That's what I was talking about.
Copy.
It's just behind the boundary right now. It's not quite latched. A little bit behind it. It's trying to catch back up to it, but it just went through a storm split and it's been struggling since then. But it could eventually reattach on it, and then that's when our tornado threat's going to ramp back up.
I might have to bail if there's big stones over here.
I'm at the on the roof on that
Copy,
one.
I'm continuing.
Roof's facing rear.
Now look, there's
Doesn't make it
a left
through
side back there.
Stones.
Or right
I'm
side.
almost
Yeah, and this is the storm they're talking about, this one right here. Again, there's not really any areas of definite rotation, outflows out ahead. So the storm is currently struggling, but there's a lot of scud in there that looks interesting. Pagey Tornado is kind of the closest, or not the, I wouldn't say the closest, but you can see, I think Storm Runner Media is about to pass Pagey. Yeah, I mean, it currently is struggling. It's not on the ground right now, but definitely continue to be in your safe spots there. And Anton, this storm has tennis ball sized hail inside of it, potentially bigger. Sounded like there were some big hailstones exploding around some of the chasers. What'd you miss? I don't know. Whoa. Look at this on Storm Runner Media's feed. Potentially a dust NATO here.
I saw that road, Iowa Road. They're gonna go south on that. Oh, there's Big Stone.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the edge of the outflow. There's definitely a little dust NATO.
Massive one just exploded right next to me.
Yeah, I see the cut. It's just nothing on the ground.
Big Stone's out here to the east now, too, getting flung out.
Hey, Connor, I think it's about to do it just off to the right. Maybe. Are you guys, Jordan, Connor, are you on this highway here? Oh, wow, yeah, I see that.
Yep. I think it's about to plant right here.
Yeah, I'm driving west on this highway.
Looks interesting.
Oh, man, it's ramping right in front of us.
Oh, yeah, that's coming down.
Look at that.
There's a lot of rotation.
It's wrapping up. We have a minute left.
Yep.
Awesome.
We have South Road right here, Jordan.
And there's the South Road.
Yeah, there's definitely some pretty strong rotation there.
You can go either which one you want.
I don't know if we want to go south or if we want to go closer to that.
I mean,
Yeah, it's probably going to show up on radar on the next scan.
South.
Here's ahead of me on that east-west road. Looks like circulation just south, but going south now.
It's going south.
This is like south of the tornado warning now.
I see you guys right behind me.
That's what I'm saying. If you,
I think they're on 385. No, they're like north.
On the ground, right there.
Yep, I see it.
Oh yeah, look at that. Tornado on the ground.
Loudest hail roar I've ever heard in my life.
Wow.
Look at it right there. Holy crap.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's trying to come down all the way.
Yeah, some pretty strong rotation inside of the storm right now. I come back over here to our radar. You can see tiny little areas of rotation are developing, and that's what we're seeing on Storm Runner Media's feed here. Storm's not quite latched onto the boundary, though, so I'm thinking these ones will hopefully not be strong tornadoes like we've been seeing earlier, but we might get little brief spin-ups like we just saw. And it looks like it's lifted. Again, this is south of Anton still. Large hail is about to be coming into Anton, Texas here shortly. Oh, on the ground again.
Down again.
Yeah, it's your little multi-vortex thingies. Down again.
That's your South Road right there.
Okay.
It's crossing the road right now.
It
didn't knock over those power poles. It just went right over those power poles.
I say we probably should take that.
Man, look at the clouds move on the top side of the screen.
Yeah, that's gonna.
Man, it's definitely a touch and go right now for sure.
If you want to point him, you got to use that phone to hold out the window. It's the only option you got.
The fact that it has this much rotation before it relatches onto the boundary is a little bit concerning. It seems like it lifted again. And they're extending this as a severe thunderstorm warning. They're on like a weird spot of the storm. They're not necessarily like right next to the little appendage to the south. They're more of like up here in this notch area where this little area of rotation. They actually just let this tornado warning expire. which, you know, I'll be honest, it's kind of hard to tell whether or not those are actual tornadoes or, I mean, there's a lot of rotation above it, or they're just little like dust vortices. It's an interesting looking feature there.
I believe that's our funnel, guys, right there.
And it's definitely wrapping in there for sure. I guess you can call those little brief tornadoes. I mean, it went over the power lines and it didn't knock the power lines over, so it's not strong. Those vortices were not strong tornadoes, or even weak tornadoes, really. I mean, even weak tornadoes can knock down power poles. So, very weak tornadoes that we just saw there. But usually these things start off as touch and go before they really start to wrap up. So, definitely want to keep a close eye on this. It is diving quite south here, too.
Getting a little dusty, guys. Just a little.
Right, it looks like you have a dust column feeding into the storm off to the left here. I'm right behind you right now, Scott, and I got everybody else behind me. Watch out for that dog in the road.
Another dog in the road.
Scott's behind.
Right, you're driving South Dallas Road.
A little tornado has lifted, and we're still monitoring the progress of this storm.
Chasing my car. He's running in a ditch.
It is not tornado warned anymore.
Around right in front of my car.
Oh yeah.
But still sinking down to the south and east.
Guys behind me. Oh, another one, another dog. God, good.
Towards Seimer, Opdyke West.
They look like the same.
Latest velocity scan. Still not a whole lot of strong rotation on it, but still worth keeping a close eye on it. It could eventually drop a bigger one, so the environment's still there. The storm is still trying to latch onto that outflow boundary, but you can just barely see it. Still kind of wrapped out in front of it. This thing really needs to kind of dive down just a little bit more, which it might do during the next scan. So it might be pretty close here to like an actual tornado attempt here.
See? Doing the same, not the northern storm. Yeah. Move south.
I never disagree with you. I just didn't know exactly what you were talking about.
People make me feel dumb sometimes, Chad. Really.
If your hand needs a break.
Huh?
If your hand needs a break.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, well, I think everyone's stopping here anyway, so.
What is this?
And look at all that dust pulling into the inflow.
Yeah,
Oh, geez, that house is struggling. And this thing will either try to plant one more big tornado or it's going to get outrun by that outflow boundary. This is really kind of a pivotal moment for this storm.
What up? Is it trying to tighten up again?
Yeah, it's trying to
And apparently there's still tennis ball sized hail on this guy.
Thank you. It's beat to hell, but thank you.
I'm about to hit 350,000 on my Corolla.
Really? I'm coming up on 250 pretty quick.
Holy cow.
Let me do us some favor. Angle this over a little bit.
Tennis ball sized hail. Little update on our Lamb County storm. Yeah, you can definitely see there's a rotation in that area. That little Peter cloud.
It certainly does. See, it's moving south. It looks like it's doing what that north storm did and moved south. That's kind of what I meant when I was talking about that.
Jordan's hail roar video? He heard it. I heard it. I heard it.
I'll be a funnel foreman.
Yeah, I need something to force it north. I know.
Doesn't appear to be on the ground. Kind of looks like we got like a bowl funnel with this thing. Definitely a pretty organized wall cloud.
That third tornado or whatever it was when you were backing out of like the circulation that was right in front of the road. I saw that. I just
Oh,
I
no.
Hey, Freddie, look to your northwest.
Not on the ground.
Thank you for doing that. I gotta see that footage, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing crazy. It's 1080, but
Look to your northwest. No shot, yeah, there we go. And look to your west.
Watching a couple different areas
And
here.
then back to your northwest. Maybe we'll get twins.
wait, where? Where's the other one?
Right there.
Just to the right.
Oh,
Just to the right, Eli.
very interesting. Is it handing
Yeah,
off?
we're getting these little spin-ups on the outflow boundary of this storm right now.
Oh boy.
Little areas of circulation. Yeah, you can see that one clearly has a little bit of rotation as well. And again, that is this storm that we're watching right now. You can see a little tiny area of broad circulation in it right now. Radar might not be catching the full picture, but you can definitely tell that our outflow boundary is still out in front of this storm. And I think that's where we're seeing a lot of these little areas of circulation is along that leading edge of the outflow boundary. Can't rule out, a little brief noodle tornado, even with not a whole lot of rotation.
Possible.
It's got tennis balls in the north, supposedly.
Well, I believe.
Nice archy cut, wrapping back into it.
Yeah, I mean, this is why the outflow boundary is dangerous, right?
Could be trying to plant here again.
Because there's little areas of vorticity like this that is going to be, if you get that cold pool kind of surge into this and then the actual mesocyclone itself build on top of it and vertically stack.
The just not strong enough right now to like center it. They just keep dropping south. You need it to like become stationary for it to plant.
Come on, that's
Freddie just basically just said the same thing, mentioning that RFD, which is that cold pool surging.
Okay.
It hasn't really quite surged into the outflow boundary, but as you can see, there's tons of rotational energy in this.
Lucio has reported a multi-vortex.
Bladen, Nebraska is fine. If you're hearing any thunder up there, it's just general thunderstorms. Main severe risk is to your south.
About 10 minutes ago, he's probably reporting that.
Yeah.
Looking up towards Amarillo on my radar. I'm not seeing much changes up there yet. Still some dangerous hail. We'll come look at it on radar here.
Yeah.
Still some potentially baseball-sized hail near the Amarillo area. Seems like this storm, though, is surging more to the east now, so that might miss Amarillo altogether. Might have to watch out for this storm back over here, if that can eventually meander towards you guys. But again, it's going to be a while. These storms still really aren't moving that much, which is in y'all's favor. You definitely don't want to see a surging storm approaching you, kind of like what we're seeing near the Lubbock area. Check this little notch there. Yeah, no strong areas of rotation. Just a lot of large hail with this still. Moving off towards the east towards 136.
Going where? It's trying so hard to come down right now, guys.
It really is trying.
Funnel forming, maybe? Yeah, funnel forming. Funnel trying to go. Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, it's really struggling.
Losing forward steam too.
Yeah, I think this area is getting undercut by cooler air right now. And this little area is just struggling to become surface based. A couple factors, Dan. The amount of cake that is in the atmosphere, the lapse rates play a role. A very low freezing layer. So, the hailstones have longer time inside of it. The lapse rates depend or tell you how strong the updraft is, how long those hailstones can kind of hang around. Low shear environment too. So, when you have higher shear, more directional speed, and the updraft will leave the hailstones behind or fling them out of the updraft, and you get these really massive or these large mass storms with a lot of moisture, and that freezing level is pretty low to the surface. All that moisture above that freezing level is freezing, turning into little ice chunks, and then if there's not a whole lot of spin in the storm, those ice chunks can conglomerate a little bit better without getting flung out. And then, you get those bigger hailstones that fall to the ground eventually as they gain in mass. And the updraft can't really support them anymore, or they just get flung out.
Low-level jets supposed to start kicking in at about 6:30, so that might be all it needs. Funnel?
Got a wispy funnel for like 2 seconds. Look to your north. The new bulky wall cloud looks like.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Here's what it looks like on radar. You can see right in there. There's that little area of circulation that these storm chasers keep on keeping an eye on there. Very strong rotation at the moment, but that is pushing down towards Smyre. It's been this one cell. Yeah, it's been this one cell all day, which is good. I mean, this area that it's been in for most of its life is very rural Texas. So, we haven't really had a whole lot of significant impacts. No reports of like any serious damage, like houses hit by any of these tornadoes yet. So, I mean, even though it's been pretty active, it's been, mostly just happening in fields, which is great. It's like, well, it's what we like to see. If we have to get tornadoes, them being in a field is kind of the best case scenario. Check back up with Amarillo, see what these storms are up to. Are these storms going to eventually do any shenanigans? A little something happening over here. Be a little tornado genesis attempt with this storm. Really, I mean, it's pretty weak circulation. Some stronger winds in there, though. You see, most of these storms didn't really ever do like a southern trajectory. Most of them just lifted immediately north of that boundary. The only one that's kind of staying close to the outflow boundary right now is this one, as it has a more easterly trajectory. And this one over here is pretty much just stationary near that boundary. But circulation remains relatively weak to that one. And this storm is dodging Lubbock right now, but I'm not sure. Still not quite sure if Lubbock is completely out of the woods yet, because these storms are pretty deviant. This thing's diving to the south right now, but at some point it might try to do another easterly turn. But you can see how it's kind of stalled here, north of that outflow boundary. You can still pretty clearly see that outflow boundary. It is draped just like this, and you can see all of this is happening behind there. So we could still definitely get a little tornado out of it, but it's not going to produce another strong tornado until it can latch onto that outflow boundary and get a little bit better access to that unstable air. Starting to rumble in Amarillo. All right. Yeah, you guys are probably going to be hearing thunder for a while up there. A couple little lightning bolts reaching out from the storms. But as of right now, you guys are kind of in the clear for now. Depending on what this storm does, But it seems to be moving more easterly away from Amarillo, and this guy's just kind of hanging out in the middle of nowhere doing its thing. Not really moving too much at this point. What we want to see with this storm is it lift from this boundary, or see the boundary really start to surge out in front of it. But that boundary stalls with the storm, so still kind of in that middle ground of like, yeah, you know, something might happen again. Any chasers up by the Amarillo storm? I don't think so. Don't think so. If they are, I don't know who they are. New MCD gives insight to this cell. Ooh, let's read it. Cyclic supercell with large hail and periodic tornado risk persists close to Lubbock. Rightward propagation possible. Yeah, that's that eastern track that we're still keeping an eye out. Some cold air sinking down. Let's read it. Oh, why can't I read it? Okay, there's nothing. That sucks. I was hoping to give that a nice little read. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't change my thought process on it at all. I mean, it's just kind of the same thing that we've been saying. You know, it's still worth watching the storm. It's still kind of close to the boundaries, and it's just kind of getting outrun by it right now. But there still is a dangerous hail threat of 2-inch hail in this storm. You have your force field up over an Amarillo. There you go. Keep it up. Don't let it go down. The discussion about it isn't even out yet. Okay. It's out now. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what they're saying. A cyclic supercell continues to pose a large hail and tornado risk northwest of the Lubbock area. May persist for a couple more hours as it moves south-southeast. A lone intense supercell continues to evolve along an instability gradient very near the LBB area. Surface observations show cooler air spreading in from the east across PVW observation with warmer air around LBB. In addition, substantial boundary CU field is evident on visible satellite from the Abilene-Snyder area northwest of the ongoing supercell. Given the orientation to the instability gradient, which is our outflow boundary, and time of day, the cell may tend to turn right/south, favoring renewed development toward the theta E axis, which is near where our boundaries are. Although a due southeast motion would bring the cell into Lubbock later this evening, it is entirely possible the cell remains to the west due to dropping temperatures nearby. Essentially, what they're saying is we're watching the storm, see if it's going to interact with that boundary again. Could definitely still become tornadic if it does that. But they're noting that some cooler air is coming in from this direction, which might keep this storm to the west of Lubbock, but still might get in on some of that hail threat, even if the area of dangerous circulation reforms and becomes an issue. Yeah. Looking a little muggy. Look at all those ducks. We got duck chasers. Cute little ducks. I think they're watching the storm.
You hear hail?
Yeah, it's very possible we could see this thing surge again.
At the same time, it's so odd because we're
I'm wondering, you know, is that cold air to the east of the storm? Is that going to undercut it? Is that going to choke the storm off? Questions remain. I'm looking on velocities. There is like no noticeable rotation on this thing right now.
I don't know, Chad. What do y'all think here?
Or it could be cooked.
We'll get another producer or not?
We'll see. If it gets undercut by the cold air, the tornado threat would be significantly damagier. No. If it gets undercut by the cold air, that's it for the storm. It's dead. It'll still be a big hail producer, but tornado threat will drop to 0 if it gets undercut by the cold air and can't catch up back up to the instability. Everybody in chat says it so much. It's hard not to start saying it. Everybody keeps coming in here, keeps asking me, am I cooked?
Let's see. I haven't been able to see chat for a little bit, so let's just see what's going on. You think there's a chance? So do I. I think there's a chance.
For roasting to cooking, what is cooked? It means you're screwed, pretty much. That's what people are asking. I think it's usually like the younger people that come into the chat. They're like, am I cooked? I had to learn about it, but I learned about it recently. And yeah, it's starting to invade my vocabulary a little bit because I've seen it so many times. It's getting branded in my brain by the younger generation. It's a military term, is it really? What does it mean in that aspect? I still don't know what a chicken jockey is. And someone came into my chat and said it earlier, and I was like, what is that? But I don't think I read the response. Oh, it means exactly that. Yeah, you guys are rotting my brain slowly. Smoked? Yeah, that's a good one. That's one like my generation used to use. Like, holy smokes. It's Minecraft. I get that it's Minecraft, but I still don't. A baby zombie on a chicken. Okay. Why does the younger generation care about that so much? Why is that so special? Don't get it. You guys are so confusing. Oh, look at that. We got God rays on Pagey's stream. Look at that. The skies are opening up. Is this the sign our storm is dead? I think this storm is rising into heaven as we speak. Hey, Dennis. Man, look at that feature on Storm Runner Media. Super grungy storm still. That's pretty cool looking. That's what it looks like from afar. This is what it looks like close up. Will the storm try again? That's the question on everybody's mind. Or is it doomed to be outflow dominant? Little interesting thing here on radar. Storm is actually losing distance to that outflow boundary. Oops, I drew it wrong. Let me draw it better. You see, it's the distance from the storm to the inflow boundary is increasing. Still got little mesos and little areas close to it. That's what we're looking at on Storm Runner Media's feed. I don't even think that's like part of the storm per se, but more just like what the outflow boundary looks like. Yeah, they're pretty close to that. They're like pretty much right on that outflow boundary. I try, I listen. I think a lot of you younger folks Need to put down TikTok once every now and then and touch some grass, but I'm still interested in learning a little bit. I'm always curious. Always curious on whatever the things you guys say mean. Every now and then we get someone with complete brain rot come into chat and say just like a string of words that makes zero sense to me. But it's interesting, I had the vernacular, we said rad and that's sick or that's dope. Like back in the day a lot, we didn't have words like Riz or skibbity toilet, but we had our little language as well. Lit. Oh yeah, we had lit. I mean, I don't use lit. Lit's still a good one. I think that's fire. That was us. I'm pretty sure my generation. Legit, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yep. Man, this storm is looking oof. It's struggling, thankfully. I don't know, folks. This could be it. An outflow is moving without the storm. Unless something redevelops like back over here, maybe. Go check up north. And these storms up here are struggling as well. Still a pretty big hail threat. Let's see what the latest warning on this. Yeah, they have dropped this down to tennis ball sized hail, moving towards Wilhelm and McBride, Texas, there in northern Texas. And this storm over here, what is it trying to do? It kind of looks like it's kind of lifted north of that boundary. All these storms are lifted north of the boundary, so you can see it really clearly actually down here. Look at that. That's a little thin blue line. That's your outflow. Right in there, south of Grady. These storms are kind of interesting, though. They're pretty close to that boundary, and they look a little bit more supercellular. So watch out for those storms in New Mexico. Hey, in comparison to the storms that we've been seeing today and the hail sizes, relatively speaking, tennis ball sized hail is pretty small. Relatively speaking. And if you were to take a tennis ball sized hailstone and put it up to a 5-inch hailstone, there's definitely a big difference. One would look smaller than the other. Still saying awesome and dude, right? I remember cool beans. I remember probably one of like the most awkward moments in my life. I was at a church trip. Forget where it was. I think it's like Daytona Beach or something like that. And I remember like we were like coming off the beach and this girl was like walking next to me and I was like, she said something, I forget what she said, and I was like, cool beans. And then she was like, on the contrary, hot beans. And I was like, cringe. I was like, that was like, I think I would have appreciated that more today because like when I was in high school, like I was kind of a nerd, but I was also playing football. So I was like, there was a big duality to my brain back then. I probably would have appreciated that joke a lot more nowadays. Back then, it was just like, oof. You don't say anything to that. That's why it was awkward. You can't say anything back to that. It's just like cool fact. Cool fact. I've never heard that before. Wow. Hot beans. All right. Yum. Hey, hot beans are good. Cool beans are not. Cool beans are not tasty. Everything is hot. Oh, we got another Dust NATO on Pagey's stream. Look at this. It's happening. Like dust NATO. And some loud window wind. On the contrary, hot dust. Hot dust. We got some hot dust happening. Oh yeah, tripping. Oh, why are you tripping? Why are you tripping, dog? Stop tripping. It's gonna be fine, bro. Stop tripping. Our parents don't know that we snuck out, bro. We're not gonna get caught. They're not gonna fingerprint the toilet paper, bro. Stop tripping. Yeah, I used to say bro, dog, tripping. I used to say that a lot. You know, our dust NATO dissipated. It is no longer hot dust. It's cool dust. I'm straight. Yeah, I use that too. Yo, you need anything? I'm straight. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm just straight chilling right now. Oh, that's mint. I never used that one. Broski. I always thought that was like, I didn't like broski. We used to add ski to a lot of different things for some reason. I think everybody just wanted to ski. I don't know. Yeah. An outflow boundary is continuing to push down to the south, and the main core of our storm is still all the way up here. It is getting undercut by cool air. A little bit of a surge here, though. Is that going to do anything? There's zero rotation on this storm. It's still mainly just a hail threat right now. This might be losing it. Might be losing its marbles. That lingo is so cringy to me. Really? Like using bro? Yeah, what does the younger generation think about the millennial slang? What do y'all think about that? Six, seven? What about 6'7"? Imagine I used only millennial slang. Yo, this storm is straight gas right now. Look at it. Hail is fire. Bro, look at this storm. It's straight chilling. This storm is chilling. This is a chill storm, dude. It's a chill storm. Nah. Is this storm gonna tornado or nah? Y'all remember? Y'all remember the or nah phase? Is this storm gonna tornado or nah? You try to avoid slang. I used to use it a lot when I was younger because I was like, you know, I was in the rapping scene back in the day. So we used to talk like that all the time. We used a lot of slang. Miss Vine. Yeah, Vine was a pretty good app. That was our brain rot app. Golf ball sized hail in Curry County, New Mexico. near Clovis. That's on these storms. And these storms are looking quite interesting over here. Not a whole lot of rotation on them, but near Grady. A little bit outflow dominant at the moment. We've got to watch for maybe a southern surge with these guys, but they are lifting north of that boundary. It's going to be hard for them unless they start moving directions to produce. Definitely worth keeping an eye on them, though. Got to do a weather wrap. No, those days are behind me. You can do a super chat goal if you want. Y'all can hit the goal. Maybe we'll spit a flow. I ain't gonna do it for free. I'll tell you that. I'm not gonna do it willingly. And the super chat goal is gonna be really high. It is not gonna be achievable. For the follow through, bro. Not gonna lie. Oops. I was on the golf course the other day, and I was like, I felt like people were looking at me. I was hitting so good. It was crazy. Left arm straight. Every ball launching up. Almost broke my light. Gotta really lock it. And then I like kind of bend my, gotta keep the eye on the ball. Like the first time I ever hit the driving range and been like, wow, I'm actually getting the hang of it. I impressed myself for the first time. Usually I'm like slicing it, dicing it, but I was like actually aiming for the pins on the driving range, and I was getting pretty close. And the trick was, I watched a video of like Bryson DeChambeau, and you're like, you want back over there. You want like front arm. Can't really. You want like your front arm to be turned in with your hand turned out as much as possible, and your right arm to be turned out with your hand in. And that is like really helped me in my consistency. That's all it took. A little something. Yeah, chance of sarcasm is pretty high today. 94% tomorrow or tonight. Well, actually, it's now at 97%. But it's 100% forever. It's trying to push out there a little bit. A little area of circulation there as well. Might get a noodle attempt. What's Pagey looking at? We might be in a noodle alert. Keep your eye out for little noodles.
See that? CG?
I am not yoked. But I am not. Look. This is not yoked. Not even close. I'm flexing as hard as I can. My triceps, though, aren't bad. I'm losing muscle mass. I used to be a little bit stronger. I am not yoked. Register. Those are not guns. Stop it. Got little noodle arms. Which way to the bench? The bench is back here. See? Got a little bench. I have equipment. I've been trying to use it, but I haven't really had much time. Got bike over there. Got weights down there. Trying to stay in shape, but I haven't really had a whole lot of time lately. I think we might be witnessing the very last attempt of this storm to try to latch onto this boundary. And I think if this one fails, that might be it. Still will be a hail threat, but tornado threat might be dropping on that one. Still gotta watch these storms though. Up here, these ones might try, but I mean, there's really not much out here except for like Grady. But I know this area. I've seen chasers chase up here. There's really not much in between these areas. A bunch of land. That's what I was saying. Got little noodle arms. Look, we got another dust NATO.
When you don't have, yeah, there it goes. There it goes, it's gone. Is that connecting up to the wall cloud?
Oh, I think so.
Might be something there, guys. Baseballs. Hail-sized baseballs.
Oh, well, they've upgraded this storm to baseball-sized hail.
Oh my god.
It's just a gust NATO.
Cows or horses or something running down the road.
Was that something off in the field?
Yeah, it's like a gust NATO over there.
That's definitely a little gust now.
Yeah. I was right. I always love it when I say something and then the storm chasers come on that radio feed and just say the same thing. Look at Paige's view. I think she's near that little appendage. This is what it looks like from afar. Definitely got an appendage on this storm. This is like, I think it's going to be one of its last attempts to try to latch onto this boundary. Yeah, baseball-sized hail is now near Lubbock, Texas. Lubbock County, Texas. So watch out. It's not really coming towards Lubbock City, though. Unless it does a little bit of an easterly movement, which is possible. If it gets left behind by this boundary and only starts getting influenced by the shear, that hail might try to meander into Lubbock. Neurospicy. Never heard of that. But I like it. I like that word. Look at that. We have let's see here. We have a 20 mile per hour, 10 VROT on this rotation. Wow. It's the alternative word for neurodivergent. I like it. It's a cool term. Neurospicy. Nice. Pennsylvania Storm Trackers has a nice view of the storm. It's so weird. Like after like a little while, like towards the end of my streams, like the Storm Chaser feeds always stay up to date, but you have to like do it like 10 freaking times before it does it. But we've been up to date on all the chasers for a good 2 hours now. It's nice when that finally starts to work. 5 daily medications? Wow. Yeah, I have no idea where I'm at on that scale, but I can tell you right now, I do not take any medication. I know I got something going on up there. I think it's mainly just ADHD, but who knows? I've been taking a mental test thing since I was like a kid. Is there any way to keep live? What do you mean? I7. Oh man, we're having a medication off in chat. Oh yeah, well I take 10 medications. 5 of them are Adderall. Oh, you only take 10 medications? I take 20. And one has to go up you know where. So I don't think you can compare. Now here, Rod. Yeah. Same. I tried what is it, Vyvanse when I was a kid. I remember when I took it, I was like, wow, this is what it means. This is how it feels like to be a normal person. Like I can actually focus. Then it started giving me like eating problems and dehydration problems, and I really didn't like it. And I was playing football at the time, so I didn't want to have that affect my football life. So I stopped taking it, and I haven't taken anything since from my ADHD. And I don't know. I kind of see it as a superpower now. Like, yes, for most things, I cannot pay attention whatsoever. But on the things I really care about, I learn so fast and I become so hyper focused. And I don't think people without ADHD have that capability. And it is something like if you have ADHD, just stop. Stop trying to do things you're not passionate about. I don't care if you have $2 in your pocket and you really need to work those extra wages to afford bills. You just need to stop. Bury all of your attention into a passion and just watch. You're going to learn so quick. You're going to become really good at it really fast. And you'll never look back. You got to trust yourself. That ADHD brain, man, I'm telling you, with passions, it's a superpower. And, you know, you have an ability that nobody else has, which is that super hyper focus on things that you actually enjoy doing. That's my 2 cents. What if you're at school, you're screwed, drop out. You're just screwed. You kind of need medication in school if you have ADHD. Because you're forced to learn things. You're forced to learn things that you have no interest in about it. Unfortunately, school is not built for ADHD people. It's built for people that have regular brains. Off meds, you're barely functional. Now, it's probably because you're doing things that you're not passionate about. Storm is dead. Yeah, I think it's dying. Not gonna lie. And this storm over here just got upgraded to tennis ball size tail that's heading towards Lovington, New Mexico. And you just take meds if you're in school, if you're studying for something. I'll tell you right now, if you stop learning all that nonsense they're teaching you in school that you're not even going to use and focus on your passion and what you want to do, you will become very smart on it quicker than when you would in college, because you're going to be shoving all that knowledge in your brain that you don't need for your field. Like once you get past high school, you have everything you need. And as long as you paid attention and you just dive straight into a passion after that, get a mentor, learn everything you can, and you'll do just as good, if not better, than somebody that took a college class on it. I think mentorism is the way to go, in my opinion. It's changed your life. Yeah. Fair enough. Everybody has a different view, right? If you take the meds and you can deal with them, the thing is like, you become a person that you're not. And I'm just not comfortable with that. That's why I'm against at least those kind of medicines that like completely change your brain chemistry when you're on them. And then when you're off them, you finally revert back to yourself, but now you're yourself again with withdrawals. So you never really know who you are the entire time you take meds. And I just feel like, at least for me, I would not want to do that. That scares me. I enjoy being myself. I don't know. I guess I've had a unique experience with my ADHD. Who's my mentor? Never had one. No mentors for me. I mean, if you take the meds and you get used to them, I mean, I can tell you, I mean, I've took them myself. I mean, they're not terrible. They definitely help you focus. But, you got to understand that if you need help focusing as someone with ADHD, you're learning something that is not something that your brain enjoys learning about, which means you've already made a fundamental mistake in your life, in my opinion. You forced yourself into a field that you're not particularly interested in, which is why you're struggling to focus. Somewhere along the line, you've convinced yourself. But if you have ADHD and you're having and you think you're studying a passion, but you're having trouble learning it, it's very likely that you don't actually like that subject. You just have somehow convinced yourself that you like it. Is every single thing that I have found that hits that, but that's the thing, like it's hard to notice that feeling. You would have need to have followed a passion for a long time before you can nail down what that feeling is. Once you feel it, once you feel that you're really passionate about something, if you have ADHD, it's a superpower because then you just learn like nobody's business. That's the thing. Like there is that thing, like, not everything that you're going to be passionate about is going to be something that you can do as a living. So there's also that. So that's a place, I guess, where meds can help. That's honestly, again, that's just literally from my own perspective. That's how my life has been. I took meds. It helped me in school. But as soon as I stopped school, I always found the most success in my life focusing on my passions rather than trying to work something else or trying to follow or try to do something that I wasn't particularly super fond of. Yeah, the anxiety part of it is something that's pretty interesting. That I think is pretty synonymous. And that is something that kind of holds back a lot of ADHD people. It's, the procrastination and then having the anxiety of like, oh no, am I gonna have to finish that? But then you never started. It's like really like this the constant veering into spreading medical misinformation? No, I'm not. I'm telling you my experience. I'm not talking about medical diagnosis. I'm not telling you guys what to do. I'm just telling you what I've done. I have had ADHD in my entire life, and that's exactly how it's worked for me. Oh. That's just my experience. Yeah, like the like you got to do something, but you don't do it. You procrastinate, and then like right when you get like before the due date, you really start like trying to do everything all at once. It is so overwhelming. A latest scan. I think this storm is. I mean, I don't want to say it's dead, and then it tries to do something, but it is definitely still struggling. We'll just say it like that. That's the middle ground where Mother Nature, even if she's listening, she can't capitalize on that. On a paper, yeah, it's just so hard. It's a weird thing. I wish like more information would come out about ADHD. It is different for everyone. Yeah, it is. Some people like just need medication. Some people don't need it. Then there's that sail north of Amarillo. Yeah. It's still trying things. A little broad circulation on it. Still got some decent hail in it too. 2-inch sized hail. Getting close to that boundary. Kind of looks like it's trying to wrap up a little bit. Can't really tell if that's it like actually trying to wrap up, or is that like another merger that just came into it that's making it look like that. There is a little area of developing circulation. Guess it's going to be one of those nights. Seems to like storm watching. It does seem that way. Or non-functional without pharmaceutical help. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's also like different levels of ADHD as well. Like my ADHD was extremely severe to where like I almost went crazy as a kid. Like my thoughts would not shut up. Oh my goodness. Like I remember just like being in the bathroom and like half panic attack because my thoughts were just so constant. All right, little update down here. Still some tennis ball sized hail possible. Now that includes areas like Wolfert, Lubbock, New Deal, and shallow water. My thoughts still go like that, but I have control of where they meander now. Back in the day, I had no control. Absolutely zero control on where those thoughts would go. And that's what's frustrated me so much. Yeah. That storm is not really getting its rotation together too much there. Talk more about Monday. We can talk about Monday. We can do a little forecast. We got some time, but I'm putting you in timeout for using those caps. All right. Let's see here. Pivotal weather. There's only 10-second timeout, by the way, but please do not use all caps. Boom, 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 boom. Pivotal. Why isn't that showing up? Oh, it's the wrong count. Hold on. There we go. This setup. All right, let's see what all the hubbub is about this storm. So first, we're going to be looking at the 300 millibar wind heights. What we're going to be doing here is trying to figure out where our forcing will be. As you can see, this storm is going to eject as a low pressure system back over here near Utah and New Mexico, and that's pretty much where it's going to be at its peak strength. Then as it moves off to the north and east, you can see that it's going to be in its dying stages. Now, our main area of forcing as we move into about 4 p.m. on the 28th. You can see that the GFS is really putting our main area of forcing over here near Missouri, also up here into Minnesota as well. We come check it with our other model runs. You can see that, there's general agreement for that scenario there. So that's probably where our main area of forcing is going to be. Some of these storms have a little bit more of an organized low pressure system. Some of them have a completely, or not dead low pressure system, but in the process of dying there. Coming over to our 500 millibar heights for the same day, you can see that we do have a decent amount of upper level shear overspreading into the parts of Iowa, parts of Wisconsin as well, and Minnesota. That's going to be our main axis, but there will be some upper level shear all the way throughout this area. Checking other models, you can see it shifts around quite a bit, but generally it seems like somewhere around Iowa, going into Missouri as well is where that main axis is going to be for those upper level winds at least. Then obviously, in order to complete the spin picture, we need to look at the 850 millibar winds as well. We're talking about anywhere from 40 to 50 knots here on the GFS, and the NAM's coming in pretty hot. But overall, if we look at these winds, you can see that they are kind of parallel. Let's take a sounding out here. Oh, it won't show up too well. Yeah, they're a little bit back to the surface, but above that, they're a little bit parallel. So, these storms might have a tendency to go linear if we get too much of a storm cluster out there. But bottom line is that, there is going to be some lower level shear in the area. And there will be a tornado threat with that. It's not the most tornadic tornado day I've ever seen. But as of right now, you can see that there is some disagreements. Like, for instance, the NAM has the most bullish scenario, while some of our other models have a little bit less shear further to the south, with the main corridor of shear being up there into like Iowa and Wisconsin. So that's kind of what they are saying right now. Come back over to our GFS model and then look at our surface-based instability. You can see that even up there into Iowa and parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin, where all of those things are kind of lining up, we do have an axis here of 1,000 joules per kilogram. Even more juicier instability all the way up into northern Missouri and Iowa as well. So everything's kind of intersecting there. Let's check out some of our other models. Yeah, it looks like the GFS is a little bit more progressive. But all the other models have anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 joules per kilogram up there. So plenty of instability up with these storms. A little bit of a capping inversion to the south. So we've got to watch that. It seems like the most uncapped atmosphere, at least in agreement on our models, is up there further up to the north, with a lot of the models agreeing on that capping inversion being down a little bit further to the south. So it might be harder for some storms to fire down there. Overall, what the storm relative velocity is looking like around these storms. Yeah, right up there. There's there's a little sweet spot up there into parts of Missouri, going into Iowa as well, maybe even Wisconsin if storms can remain non-linear. But I would say that's kind of one of the bigger failure modes with this storm is going to be whether or not we have, just too much of clusterings of storms. Is there going to be, a lot of storms competing for a small or, quite a wide sector, warm sector here? If we come over to our dew points here, you can see that we're going to have plenty of moisture out there. So that's not really going to be a problem. And there's pretty much agreement all the way across the board for that amount of moisture in the area. 60-degree dew points all the way up there into Minnesota. Our strongest wind shear will be up here further up to the north. Click on this sounding. And then let me switch that over to here so you guys can see it a little bit better. And as you can see, 40 to 50 knots, lower level shear, decent instability, turning with height, a little bit parallel in the mid levels, but there's enough near the surface. A little bit low on the lapse rates, on the surface lapse rates, but plenty of loft, plenty of instability, a little bit of a capping and inversion, but that seems to be eroding by this point. 300 to, almost 350 SRH. So it's not like a super strong tornadic environment, at least on our models right now. This is the UK Met. Let's come over here to the GFS and look at that in this area. Yeah, kind of the similar look to it. Maybe a little bit more capping up there, a little bit better lapse rates. Still turning with height, kind of the same look, a little bit less lower level shear there on the GFS. And I'm assuming our NAM model is going to have the craziest looking. No, actually, NAM model actually has some capping inversions problems up here. So it looks like capping might be a little bit of an issue with this storm. That we're gonna have to watch for that. And also, the NAM has a little bit lower lapse rates and a little bit wonky here on a lower level profile. So, I wouldn't say it's like 2011 all over again. Definitely not that kind of caliber of storm. It looks like, but the ingredients will be in place. Potentially for enhanced risk or maybe even a moderate risk for severe weather, depending on how our short range models come in on this storm, and we can get a better look at how that storm mode may develop. And that's kind of my thoughts on it right now. Still a little bit too early to really be calling anything for certain with that, but that definitely seems like there is going to be an environment there. Yeah, looks like our storm is still struggling quite a bit here. A little bit of a surge, though. That precipitation further down to the south. It'll be interesting to see if that tries to spit, maybe another RFD surge on the backside of that. Here's a view from PA storm trackers of the storm right now. Still not really much of an organized wall cloud with the base of the storm. But keeping an eye on it. Yeah, all that is going to lead to this. We got an enhanced risk out there already. Let's see. Probabilistic. We got an enhanced risk out there already for day 4. That's going to be, mainly out here in the Missouri, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota area, parts of Illinois. That lines up with what our models are saying right now. Still some questions to be answered, but an enhanced risk of severe weather probably is going to be our floor for this event, unless we get a little bit more of significant capping issues with it. And then going into the next day, winds are a lot more parallel to each other, so this is probably going to be a little bit lower end of a tornado day, unless we see some changes, or maybe a lot of the winds are looking way more parallel rather than perpendicular, which means probably going to favor more of a linear mode of storms, but still could be some spin-up tornadoes, mainly up here in our northern mode. Maybe even something a little bit more discrete further down to the south, just depending. But and then I don't think we have a day 6 yet. Yeah, I don't have a day 6, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're still a little bit far out, still kind of speculating on the storm. It's not really helpful for anybody. It's definitely not time to freak out necessarily, but you're going to want to keep, if you're in that enhanced risk or even the slight risk, you're going to want to you're gonna want to be paying attention to the latest forecast just to see how that evolves as we get closer. Because as of right now, it doesn't seem like like a major tornado outbreak day, but that could change as we get closer. Maybe the shorter range models come in and things look a little bit more dicey. Those kind of possibilities are all possible. Day 3 is the 27th. 28th is day 4. Technically, because today's day 1, and it's the 25th. Tomorrow's the 26th. That's day 2. Day 3 is the 27th, and the 28th is day 4. Gonna chase Monday afternoon in West Central Wisconsin. I'll stream if I see anything. Yeah, good luck. Be safe out there. Probably gonna be faster moving storms than we have seen down here in Texas. So you're definitely gonna want to have escape routes ready to go. Minnesota in here. I will be tuning in if I go live. Well, we will definitely be live on Monday no matter what happens. So that's most likely happening unless for some reason it falls apart on the models. But there's a lot of agreement there for something to happen. That's the day of the Canadian federal election. Oh, yeah, this storm is getting quite squirrely over here. Might be all she wrote. I'm going to take a break, feed my dog, and eat. If something happens again, we'll come back live. But I'm gonna head off here. I do appreciate you guys tuning in. Always, you guys are the core the core folks that always comes into every stream, and I do appreciate that, even on these slower days. So thank you so much. And wow, what a day indeed. Hopefully it's over and nothing else happens for the rest of the day. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Should we raid somebody? Who should we raid? We'll raid KG Tornado. How about that? We'll give her a little raid. Let's see. That edit that. The ender stream. There she goes. Okay. There. Dang, there are so many storm chasers live right now. It's crazy. There it is. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Huge shout out to the mods. Thank you guys for always sticking with me, and we'll be on wait and see mode. Peace out.